Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump tells the world leaders at Davos he wants to buy Greenland and insists he won't use force to get it. U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff says he'll meet with Putin tomorrow, as reports suggest plans to sign a multi-billion-pound prosperity package for a post-war Ukraine have been postponed. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accepts an invitation to join President Trump's Board of Peace. U.S. President Donald Trump is pushing for immediate negotiations to acquire Greenland, saying that the territory is crucial for U.S. national security and military strategy. Speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, he insisted he won't use force, though he warned the U.S. would be unstoppable if needed. Trump's plan has sparked pushback from Denmark, Europe, and NATO allies. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now.
For more on this, I'm joined by Tim Townsend, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for European and NATO policy. Jim, thank you for joining us today.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Jim. Today, sign of de-escalation over Greenland?
No, I think Trump is very focused and very intent on getting Greenland one way or another. And, you know, his ego is now part of it, too, because he's come out so publicly and is so unyielding when it comes to what he wants, which is possessing Greenland. So if anything, you know, he is even more intent. And there could come a time if he gets really frustrated with negotiations and then somehow he can't come up with a way to acquire Greenland, that he might turn to a military force. He could change his mind. So I think there's story is going to be with us for a while.
And Jim, Donald Trump also made some remarks concerning NATO, arguing that U.S. control of Greenland would strengthen the NATO alliance. His exact words, I believe, were this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance. Of course, we know that NATO and European leaders argue that the exact opposite. So they say this would fracture the alliance, stripping away the politics here. Jim, is there any logic that we might see to Trump's argument from a NATO security perspective?
Well, I think we have to separate out a couple things. First, this kind of rhetoric and this type of debate between one NATO ally, the United States, and the other allies, Denmark, the others, that hurts NATO because it undercuts the confidence that we have in each other. It undercuts the commitment, particularly from the leader of the alliance. So that is what really harms NATO. That undercuts NATO. The Greenland is a vital part of the defense of North America. It's a vital part of Europe as well. It is important geographically. So certainly the alliance wants to make sure it's secure, but that security doesn't have to come from the Greenland being occupied by the United States or bought by the United States. NATO has done a very good job over the past number of years during the Cold War and afterwards, making sure that there wasn't a threat to Greenland, that was deterred. This has not been an object of fighting between the U.S. and Russia or NATO and Russia over Greenland. It's been in fine shape. And so NATO continues to do a good job. It doesn't require the U.S. buying Greenland.
And during these Davos remarks, President Trump also said that he believes that the U.S. has been treated very unfairly by NATO. He's been saying this repeatedly. He insists that America will always be there for NATO, for the alliance. So he's repeatedly been questioning whether that commitment is actually fully reciprocated. From your own experience, where does this sense of unfair treatment come from?
Well, I think it comes from a misunderstanding that he has. I will tell you from my experience, NATO has invoked Article 5 only one time in its history, and that was to protect the United States after 9/11. So the U.S. has been a beneficiary of NATO and NATO's defense. So they've been tried and tested, and the commitment was there, and it will always be there. I think this idea that we've been treated unfairly by the alliance, by alliance members, it comes from his feeling that allies haven't put enough money into their own defense. And I think that is changing quite a bit. But I think his dismissal of NATO is ill-founded.
So President Trump also said that he's agreed to meet with NATO's Secretary General, Mark Rutte, and other European allies at Davos to discuss the future of Greenland at this week's World Economic Forum, the future of Greenland, of course, and the future of this alliance. So what do you expect to come out of these talks for the future of this transatlantic alliance that is in question right now?
Well, I mean, that's a great question, and we're all wondering that as well. I think, number one, I'm glad that he's meeting with European members who are there, and I'm glad he's meeting with Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General. I'm glad they're talking. I'm not sure they're going to say anything different. I don't see the president saying anything that he hasn't already said, particularly in his speech. And Mark Rutte and the other Europeans that he might meet with, they're going to stand behind Denmark and Greenland and say that you can't buy them. And so there's going to have to be another approach. And it could be, frankly speaking personally, that maybe NATO comes in and says, look, we will put some NATO installations on Greenland. We will put a NATO force on Greenland if that will make you feel more secure in terms of keeping Greenland safe. So maybe NATO comes into the middle and says, we'll play a bigger role there. I mean, it could be something like that, but we'll have to see what these talks produce. Probably not too much, given it's early days in terms of negotiations.
Well, and during his speech, more on that, Trump also said that only the U.S. can guarantee Greenland's security, claiming that every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. So in practical words, he is framing it this way. Trump is saying that Greenland belongs to North America. How can NATO allies respond to this?
Well, the president says a lot of things that don't necessarily fit reality. So that's one thing. The second thing is, while it's true that as a priority, NATO nations need to have the ability to protect themselves to begin with. But it's also understood that if they come under attack, that the other allies will come to their aid. And it's the same thing with Greenland. It's not Denmark's job solely to defend Greenland from attack. If Greenland is attacked, not just Denmark, but everybody else within the alliance will come to the assistance of Denmark to help deal with whatever this attack may be. So the idea that it's Denmark alone and therefore Denmark is not able to do the right thing, it's the wrong perspective. It's NATO at the end of the day that will provide protection to Greenland. It's not Denmark alone.
Well, Jim Townsend, thank you for joining us, and thank you so much for your perspective today. Let's continue this conversation with international relations senior expert Malik Setitz. Malik, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So President Donald Trump told the World Economic Forum that Europe is not going in the right direction. So what exactly does he mean by this, and what implications could this have eventually for the future of U.S.-European relations that are in question right now?
Thank you. It depends on what do we mean by right direction. European Union is the most coordinated organization in all over the world, and the values and the principles that the European Union have is very much clear for the international community. So this unity shows that the European Union will act together in order to safeguard the security and prosperity in the European Union. So I think President Trump's rhetoric about the right direction, it will damage the relationship between such a well-established organization and coordinated organization with the United States in such a way of talking about.
And we've seen European allies, they're pushing back on Greenland. For example, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer said that he won't yield to US pressure. French President Emmanuel Macron has floated the idea of a UE retaliation. He's cited the trade bazooka. So how risky is it for European leaders to actually escalate against the United States? For example, who stands to gain or to lose here, militarily or economically?
The escalation of the situation is against the interest of both parties. I understand that the United States is a great partner for European unions, and Europeans are very much dependent on United States. But the Americans should also understand that European Union is a great partner, is a big potential for United States economy. So such a relationship which damages the coordinated diplomatic strategic partnership between European Union and the United States will damage both sides. Economically, politically, socially, culturally will badly damage. So there is no winner of such a situation. So according to my analysis, both parties will badly suffer for any kind of escalation of the situation.
Yes, and on that perspective, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent actually urged European leaders at Davos to, he says, avoid reflexive anger, quote, over Greenland. He also said to sit down with President Donald Trump and hear him out. So the big question here is, do Trump's ambitions over Greenland have any national and international legitimacy here?
My short question is no, because according to the national interest of Greenland, the majority of people, only 6% of Greenland population are interested in U.S. intervention. But it means that the majority of people are against it. The Greenland parliament, the government, the people are against any intervention of the United States in such a way. So it has not a legitimate, power. According to the international law, Denmark and the United States have a partnership, an agreement, a strategic agreement from 1951. Based on this agreement, the United States has a military base in Greenland, and they have unlimited freedom of extension of the base and making any kind of operation in this area. So any reaction against this process would be also against the international law. So it has not international and national legitimacy.
Well, and even though European allies are pushing back, we do see President Trump doubling down on his Greenland threat, saying there's no going back now. So is there any way out of this geopolitical challenge over Greenland? What diplomatic solutions might actually prevent a full blown out crisis? Or is it too late? Has Trump gone too far?
This is a very good question. No, it's not late. I think President Trump should trust the professional diplomacy. I think both parties, the United States and the Europeans, should organize a professional diplomatic working groups to work on the issue, to maintain the interest of both sides, both Americans and Europeans. Strategically, both parties, Americans and Europeans, they have a common interest in the region, geopolitically and also geostrategically. So I think there is a path for diplomatic solution. I think the Danish government have suggested to organize a working group, and based on this working group, the recommendations of this working group will make a proper solution for a diplomatic solution between two parties.
Speaking of parties, Malik, if tensions between the U.S. and Europe continue to escalate, what role might other actors play here? Could Russia or even China intervene, especially as China, we've seen right now, positioning itself as a more reliable partner than the U.S. in Davos?
You know, it's not a good idea to involve Russians or Chinese in this process, because it may make the situation more sensitive, especially from the United States point of perspective. So I think the best way to make a proper solution, this is the European and American diplomacy and professional tackling by researchers who can provide proper recommendations for both parties to tackle the question. If a third party, especially Russia and China, will interfere or make any kind of mediation, it will damage the situation, especially from the American perspective.
Malik Setis, thank you so much for joining us today.
You are most welcome.
The European backlash against Trump's push to acquire Greenland is now spilling over into Ukraine diplomacy. The Financial Times reports tensions have delayed a planned $800 billion prosperity package for post-war Ukraine that was set to be unveiled at Davos. Officials say disputes over Trump's Board of Peace and Greenland derailed talks, with the U.S. missing a key meeting. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is also scheduled to meet with Putin tomorrow. For more on this, I'm joined by John Kavolich, Senior Editor for Outcome Modeling Analysis at Issue Insight. John, thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure.
John, there's now little expectation that the Ukraine Prosperity Plan will be unveiled at Davos. We've seen this Financial Times report that quotes one official saying nobody is in any mood to stage a grand spectacle around an agreement with Donald Trump right now. So as disputes over Greenland and the proposed Board of Peace overtook Ukraine on the agenda, in practical terms, what does that shift mean for Ukraine right now?
Well, unfortunately, President Zelensky has gotten used to being overtaken by events, whether it is Gaza and Israel, whether it's Syria, whether it's China, North Korea, interests relating bilaterally with the U.S. and Russia. So he doesn't like to be pushed aside, but he's used to it. In this particular case, this $800 billion fund was pretty much nonsense from the get-go. It was simply created as a means to entice President Trump, who always likes the biggest, the best, the finest, number one, et cetera, et cetera. So it really wasn't based on any realistic perspectives. It was just performative. It was optics. In terms of the greater issue, which was a discussion that was designed to be had within Davos about security guarantees, about the future role with respect to the United States and NATO as it relates to Ukraine, that was more important, but still there was not going to be anything substantive coming out of Davos. So President Zelensky, said for the last several days that he was going to be remaining in Ukraine because of the attacks by Russia, which have been substantial, systemic, systematic, and devastating. And that was the right call. Now, President Trump, in his speech, sort of blurts out that he's going to be meeting with President Zelensky, and now President Zelensky is coming. I think is a mistake for President Zelensky to go. He should stay in Ukraine because he's going to come away disappointed because, as you pointed out, the focus is on Greenland, the focus is on Donald Trump, and there really isn't room right now for a discussion about Ukraine.
So you touched on that point. There were competing reports over the presence of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at Davos, because some reports say that he will not attend the event without anything concrete to sign here. So does going or not going, does this risk making Ukraine actually look sidelined at a moment when visibility matters for a peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia?
Well, they are sidelined. That's in the ethos. That's not debatable. The challenge for President Zelensky, and it's sort of which is least bad as opposed to which is good. And that is President Trump now name dropped him in this speech with, "I'm meeting with him." So now President Zelensky is in the position of, if he doesn't go, he potentially slights President Trump. And President Trump, as we know, is incredibly fragile when it comes to how he interprets being embarrassed. And so for a head of state to not come when Donald Trump has said he's been summoned, that risks even worse results for President Zelensky. So he's in just an awful choice. He's got an awful choice to make, which is show up knowing that he's not going to get what he wants after he said he's only going to show up if he gets what he wants, and knowing that President Trump is really just interested in the performative because he's more focused on Greenland.
And from Moscow's perspective, what's the takeaway here from this Davos moment? Do they actually see something here as a Western distraction, Western division, or Western fatigue? Does this actually strengthen their position here?
All of it: distraction, division, fatigue. If you're in the Kremlin, you're hopping around, you're happy. If you're in Beijing, you're hopping around, you're happy. If you're in Iran, you're hopping around, you're happy. And even President Maduro sitting in the detention center in New York's probably happy too. But the reality is that there simply isn't. There isn't as much depth here as I think people want to believe there is. President Trump made some, interesting and often telling statements. I mean, when we listen to him giving one of these speeches, it very much is just his brain's opened up and we see how it functions. And he said some things that, for the Russians aren't necessarily all great. For example, he talked about, with Greenland, with NATO, I don't like to defend things I don't own. Well, NATO is defending what you don't own. By definition, there are 32 members and they are supposed to defend each other, even though they don't own one another. They're not shareholders in each other. And then secondly, and this goes a little far back to his first term, his company had a lease. They did not own, but they leased, ironically, from the federal government, a property in Washington, D.C., near the White House, old post office building. They turned it into the Trump International Hotel. And eventually the hotel didn't do well and they sold the lease, even though they made money on it. But he invested in a building that he didn't own. He invested in a business to grow it and make it better. That at the end, he didn't own the structure. So Greenland, there is in his history an example and multiple examples of where his company has leased, not necessarily owned, property, and they will improve it and they will find ways to maximize its value. So I think eventually we'll see, a solution to Greenland that may not be far away from how he operated his businesses.
Exactly. He's pushing on his business plans into his political ones, using most of his strategies there. But also the U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is set to travel to Moscow on Thursday for talks with President Putin. This meeting is reportedly taking place at Russia's request, which is actually unusual at this stage. So what does this tell us about the current state of the peace process? And realistically, what should we expect out of these talks?
Well, the invitation isn't unusual because there have been meetings between Mr. Kushner, Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, Mr. Dimitrov, and others. So it makes sense that you're going to extend an invitation because everyone's at Davos. It's a short flight, Switzerland to Moscow. Mr. Witkoff has his plane. He's there. He's been meeting with Dimitrov, as Mr. Kushner. And so it isn't, I don't think anyone should read an awful lot into it. For President Zelensky, it's always uncomfortable when he knows that he's meeting with President Trump, he's meeting with Mr. Witkoff, he's meeting with Mr. Kushner, and then two of them are off to Moscow. And then he likely knows that President Trump's going to be speaking to President Putin after the discussion. So he always feels, whatever he says could, in essence, disadvantage him. But the Russians, as people just seem to forget this 20-point plan that President Zelensky continues to talk is 90% complete. How can it be 90% complete if three issues remain: territory, security guarantees, and compensation for Ukraine? Now, without the real estate, without Russia controlling 20% of Ukraine, all the rest of this doesn't matter, because it's only by controlling the real estate that President Putin is attempting to meet his goals and his objectives. And the Ukrainians have held him to that. But that's the most important question that has to be answered by the Ukrainians. So when he says he's got 90% completed, it really isn't. And the Russians right now, they get a vote. And people often forget that when presented with a 20-point document, President Putin gets a vote on that. And I'll sum up in this regard that one of the items in the 20-point plan is about Ukraine becoming a member of the European Union. And part of it is within 2 years or 3 years, an expedited process, et cetera. That has no reason to be in this document, because even though Russia does care about Ukraine and the European Union, because it matters more, they're not going to block it. But by putting something into this document and presenting it to the Russians, you're now giving the Russians an ability to negotiate it. So problem with this 20 points is that you could really get down to maybe 5 that really matter. The rest, all it does is create more opportunity for the Russians to say, okay, you want European Union membership, but maybe we now want this. And now here we go with the ping pong ball of diplomacy.
John Kavalich, thank you for joining us today and for your perspective on this.
Thank you.
The assassin of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has been sentenced to life in prison. Tetsuya Yamagami shot Mr. Abe in the back during an open-air campaign rally in Nara Prefecture in 2022. Chris Gilbert reports.
Tetsuya Yamagami arrived at Nara Court in a white van to learn his fate on Wednesday. 3.5 years after killing Japan's longest-serving prime minister, he will now serve the rest of his life in prison. Yamagami planned his killing of Abe well in advance and took the opportunity of the 2022 upper house election campaign to execute it. Using a gun made entirely out of legally sourced materials and built at home, he shot Abe from behind. The killing sparked a review of police security and of gun ownership laws. Yamagami's trial began in October, with a guilty verdict all but locked in after he admitted the crime. He said he was pushed to kill Abe over his alleged connections to the controversial Unification Church. He was aggrieved after his mother donated his entire family savings to the group. The outcome is a win for prosecutors who are aiming for a life sentence. They called the crime an extremely grave incident that is unprecedented in Japan's post-war history. The case has gripped the country, and the public gathered outside the courthouse to hear the verdict.
I think it's lenient. The prosecution's request was soft. Yamagami killed Japan's longest-serving prime minister. I think he should have gotten the death penalty.
Abe resigned as prime minister for health reasons in 2020, but remained a powerful figure in Japanese politics. His death left a power vacuum in the ruling party, the LDP, which was sent into a tailspin with years of poor approval ratings and a rotating door of leaders since. Its popularity has improved since Sanae Takaichi became leader in October. She openly models her economic policy and hawkish security agenda on Shinzo Abe. Experts say the sentencing closes the book on a dark period of Japanese history, ahead of the nation again going to the polls for a national election in February. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. Spain has suffered a second deadly train crash in just 2 days. A train driver was killed and at least 37 people were injured when a train derailed near Barcelona. Spain's rail operator says the crash occurred after a wall collapsed into the tracks following heavy rain across the region this week. U.S. aviation safety campaigners say the Air India plane that crashed in Ahmedabad last year had a history of technical problems, including a reported in-flight fire. The Boeing 787 Dreamliner, which was en route to London, went down shortly after takeoff, killing 260 people. The group says that while the official investigation is still ongoing, it has now submitted its findings to the U.S. Senate. The coffin of the late Italian fashion designer Valentino arrived today at the headquarters of his foundation in Rome. The remains of the 93-year-old will lie in state until Thursday, and his funeral will take place in Rome on Friday. Among those securing to pay their last respects to Valentino were 2 longtime business partners and his family. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accepted an invitation to join U.S. President Donald Trump's Board of Peace. In a statement, his office said Prime Minister Netanyahu announced that he has accepted U.S. President Donald Trump's invitation and will join as a member of the Board of Peace, which will be composed of leaders of the world. The board was conceived to oversee the rebuilding of a post-war Gaza. There are reports that members have to pay $1 billion for a permanent spot on it. For more on this, I'm joined from London by international negotiator Nomi Bar Yaakov. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Catalina, for having me on your show.
Nomi, we've just received this from our sources in Davos. U.S. President Donald Trump has extended an invitation for a signing of his Gaza Board of Peace. So you've heard from sources there could be a signing of the Board of Peace charter on Thursday. Tell us more of what you know about this, Nomi.
Well, he sent, U.S. President Donald Trump sent more than 60 invitations for heads of states or heads of government to join his Board of Peace for signing that should have taken place this morning. So clearly, I think partly maybe the delay of the plane, but partly he didn't get the response that he had hoped to get or assumed that he would get, because out of 60 plus countries or heads of states that were invited, not that many replied positively. I mean, in the last just very recently, Saudi Arabia and other states in the Gulf have issued a joint statement that they will join the board in order to help promote peace in Palestine. But there are many more skeptical states that have mentioned that they won't join. I mean, yesterday, President of France, Emmanuel Macron, stated very clearly that he has no intention of joining. Likewise, Norway. So in Western Europe, there is much skepticism, UK as well, much skepticism about whether to join. I mean, big Muslim countries like Indonesia and Pakistan have accepted the invitation. Clearly, neighboring states, Egypt, Jordan, joined the Saudi Qatari joint letter. I think there's a show of force there, of unity, that they will do so as long as this is all. I mean, I don't think there is conditionality in the signing or in the joining, but I think the intention is to really work for peace in Palestine. But this Board of Peace, the Charter of the Board of Peace, which I have in my hand, has no mention of Palestine or Gaza in it, and it's clearly, I mean, it's drafted a bit like a sort of charter of a serious sort of corporate company, not really like a charter of an international body, but there's a clear intention to replace the international existing multinational institutions, namely the UN. So we have to take this sort of very, very, very cautiously and look at the structure not only of the Board of Peace. May I just correct you? It's not $1 billion in order to join. It's $1 billion if states are heads of states are nominated for a period of 3 years and are encouraged by the Charter to donate $1 billion to the organization in the first year. And if they do so in the first year, then they can stay on. And if they don't, then the chairman of the board, who is US President Donald Trump, who has a huge amount of power under this charter, can basically not renew their place in the board. That's basically what it says. It's not that they have to pay $1 billion to get in, it's that they have to pay $1 billion in the first year in order to stay.
That's a great clarification, Nomi, because we still are a bit confused on how this is going to work. But as we mentioned, and notably, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has now accepted this invitation to join the board after he actually was initially hesitating. The Gaza Executive Board will also include representatives from Turkey and Qatar, whose inclusion Netanyahu has opposed. And there's also, and as you mentioned, just recently Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, Indonesia, and Pakistan who have joined the board. So how could these tensions, notably between Turkey, Qatar, and Israel, affect the board's ability to actually mediate peace effectively?
Well, we don't really know how it's going to work. I mean, the board itself is a board of representative of states. It's really the executive committee under it that's going to be doing the work, the implementation. The board is more of a representational body. The people appointed to do the real work include a high representative for Gaza, and that's his title. That is His Excellency Nikolai Mladenov. He's a former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria. He's a former special envoy to the Middle East for the United Nations. His exact title was he was the special coordinator for the Middle East peace process based in Jerusalem, and he knows the area very well. Tony Blair wanted the job but didn't get it. There was much opposition for his appointment, but he still is on the executive committee. So the executive committee and, of course, the Palestinian transitional government are going to do the job under the offices of the high representative, and they report to the board of peace. But I mean, you can't really see the heads of states engaging in the nitty-gritty bits on the ground. They're really, as I said, they're more of a representational board, but it is a very tricky situation because they have a given themselves, or the chairman of the board, Trump, has given himself a terrific amount of power, which is why there is so much opposition to it. And I think it's sort of obligatory for anyone interested to read the charter, because it's always like the devil is in the detail. It's vague enough so that he can really do what he wants. But the job itself of like a transition to second phase in Gaza and the transformation, hopefully, of Gaza and the West Bank into a Palestinian state and reaching stability and peace. I mean, that is the aim of the countries that you've just mentioned that have joined. Then I think they really, it's a question of how this is going to be implemented on the ground. He's also appointed two special advisors, Ariel Lightstone, who's been in Israel for a while now, liaising on these issues. So there is quite a cumbersome structure here, and I haven't actually mentioned the International Stabilization Force. So that's the force that is, I think, due not before May now. There have been delays. It was supposed to be on the ground a long time ago, but that is the force that no country is really willing to send troops, depending on what, or let's put it this way, Indonesia was going to send 20,000 troops and then kind of minimize the number to maybe 1,000, depending on what the mandate is going to be. No country is going to want to be caught in the crossfire between Israel and Hamas.
Nomi Bar-Yaakov, thank you for joining us today. A reminder of our top stories. Trump tells world leaders at Davos he wants to buy Greenland and insists he won't use force to get it. U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff says he'll meet with Putin tomorrow as reports suggest plans to sign a multi-billion-pound prosperity package for a post-war Ukraine have been postponed. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accepts an invitation to join President Trump's Board of Peace. And that's all from us on W News Today. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Headlines have been dominated by a deepening transatlantic crisis as Donald Trump's Greenland pressure campaign collides with Europe's sovereignty red lines and pushes the EU toward retaliation. The World Economic Forum adds fuel, turning diplomacy into high-stakes spectacle. And with Trump arriving in Davos, the dispute is no longer just a policy fight. It's a dispute played out on the world's most visible stage. We'll start with American media, which framed the Greenland dispute as a high-stakes stress test for NATO and US-Europe ties, with Trump using tariff threats as blunt leverage. Coverage has also leaned hard into economic angle, warning that escalation could rattle markets and weaken the US's safe haven reputation. And with Trump heading to Davos, many reports present it as political theater on a global stage. Politico reveals in an exclusive that the EU is moving closer to activating its toughest trade weapon, the anti-coercion instrument known as the trade bazooka. All this as Germany is now aligning with France, pushing their European Commission to prepare the tool ahead of an emergency EU summit. The piece says leaders are weighing fast retaliation tariffs on 93 billion euros of US exports while the bazooka process runs. It cites diplomats who say the mood has shifted from avoid escalation to prepare for all scenarios, especially as Trump threatens steeper penalties like 200% tariffs on French wine. The Washington Post reports the Pentagon is preparing to scale back U.S. involvement in parts of NATO, cutting participation in elements of the alliance's force structure, and also nearly 30 advisory bodies. The piece explains the plan would affect around 200 personnel, largely by not replacing staff as tours end, stretching the drawdown over years. Also, cuts would hit areas including energy security, naval warfare, special operations, and also intelligence, though some functions may be shifted elsewhere. The report also notes that while officials say it's not directly tied to Trump's Greenland threats, the timing adds to European anxiety that Washington is steadily reducing its military commitments to Europe's defense. The Wall Street Journal warns that the Greenland showdown is accelerating a dangerous shift. The U.S. is starting to lose its safe haven economic status. The piece indeed argues that Trump's coercive diplomacy and tariff threats are pushing allies to hedge away from America, build new trade ties, and also spend more on defense. Yet it notes markets offered an early warning sign. U.S. stocks fell sharply, while Treasury and also the dollar weakened, the opposite of the usual flight to safety pattern. The analysis says the longer-term risk isn't immediate recession, but less foreign capital, higher borrowing costs, and a weaker U.S. economic grip. The Economist, on the other hand, looked at another angle of this dispute, arguing Trump's Greenland pressure campaign is backfiring politically, even among Europe's populist right parties that normally cheer him on. The piece shows how nationalist leaders, especially in France and also in Germany, are struggling to reconcile their sovereignty-first rhetoric with a U.S. president openly threatening a NATO ally territory and wielding tariffs as blackmail. The piece frames Greenland as a stress test, not just for NATO, but also for MAGA's European network. The more aggressive Trump gets, the more he risks becoming an electoral liability. The New York Times editorials delivers a scathing audit of how Trump has allegedly monetized his second term, arguing he has turned the presidency into a vehicle for personal enrichment. The article claims Trump and his family have pocketed at least $1.4 billion through overseas licensing deals, corporate settlements, and lucrative Melania documentary, also a controversial Qatari jet gift, and most significantly, crypto ventures. The editorial warns the true figure is likely higher due to hidden profits and opaque transactions. Across the Atlantic, British and European media continue to cast the Greenland row as a sovereignty crisis and NATO shakeup, not a normal trade dispute. The focus was on Trump's coercion and Europe's response, noting tougher rhetoric, emergency summits, and readiness to use the EU trade bazooka. Outlets also framed Davos as the moment this could either be diffused or exploded into a wider transatlantic rupture. future. Let's start with the Times satirical cartoon, which captures the political mood overshadowing the World Economic Forum in Davos as President Trump heads to Switzerland under the world's anxious, watchful eye. The cartoon, as you can see, portrays Trump arriving at Davos like an emperor, carried through the snow on a lavish gold bed by ununiformed, probably security service, with an American flag, as you can see, waving beside him. The message seems to be that he's treating the World Economic Forum not as a diplomatic meeting of equals, but as a stage for personal power and prestige, insulated almost from consequences, also demanding loyalty and turning global politics into a spectacle. The Telegraph highlighted Donald Trump's clash with Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, portraying it as an escalation. The piece indeed describes Trump mocking Britain's problems, blasting the Chagos deal as stupid, and doubling down on his demand to take Greenland. The report notes Trump also took aim at Emmanuel Macron, the French president, calling him friendly in person but rough behind his back, and also dismissing a proposed G7 meeting in Paris. Another transatlantic flashpoint was Trump's proposed Board of Peace, a plan critics say risks sidelining existing international institutions. The Guardian argues that Trump's new board has morphed into something far darker than the UN thought it approved. Not a Gaza-focused peace mechanism, but a Trump-run global club designed to sideline the UN itself. The analysis describes it as a pay-to-play imperial court, with Trump as an all-powerful chairman who picks, fires and overrules members, while life membership costs $1 billion. The piece notes Gaza is hardly mentioned in the new charter, suggesting the UN was misled into approving something very different. The Independent examines the story behind Emmanuel Macron's striking sunglasses look at Davos. The piece explains that the French president's headline-grabbing aviator sunglasses weren't a style statement, but a practical fix. He's been dealing with a harmless eye condition that left his right eye red and also swollen. The piece highlights how he even joked earlier that the look was an Eye of the Tiger reference. However, the piece concludes that behind the sunglasses moment, his Davos message was serious. Europe shouldn't bow to the law of the strongest amid rising tension with Trump over Greenland. And we'll end with Harper's Bazaar, which charts how rumors of a Beckham family rift grew into an open feud. The piece traces tensions back to Brooklyn Beckham and Nicola Peltz's 2022 wedding, where Nicola wore Valentino instead of a Victoria Beckham design, sparking, of course, talk of a fallout. Apparently, after brief signs of peace in 2023 and also in 2024, reports of renewed strain surfaced in 2025, with Brooklyn and Nicola missing major family events. The piece speaks with Brooklyn's January 2026 Instagram statement, accusing his parents of undermining his marriage, humiliating his wife at the wedding, and pressuring him over his name rights. It frames the conflict as both celebrity drama and a deeply personal family breakdown. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching The Dailies, only on Al Arabiya English.
U.S. President Donald Trump recently claimed that Greenland is surrounded by Russian and Chinese ships, arguing that the U.S. needs control of the island for national security.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place.
The remarks sparked international outrage. Greenland MP Aja Chemnitz accused Trump of spreading lies, a sentiment echoed by Denmark's foreign minister. So what is the truth behind Trump's claims? And does the U.S. really need control of Greenland for its own national security? Well, vessel tracking data does not really support these claims. We checked this report, the latest by the Danish intelligence service from December 2025. It states that China currently has no military presence in the Arctic, operating only 4 civilian icebreakers and a research vessel, however, none near Greenland. These ships actually operate approximately 1,000 kilometers northwest of Greenland, near the Bering Strait. The same report also analyzed Russian presence, finding that Russia is systematically using civilian vessels, such as fishing boats, to monitor the waters between Greenland, Iceland, and Great Britain in preparation for a potential conflict with NATO. However, there are no reports of imminent threats. Open source analysts back this up. This OSINT specialist states on social media that there has been no activity by Russian warships off Greenland since at least September 2023, as experts conclude that even though the occasional sighting of Chinese or Russian ships are not unusual, this doesn't mean a risk of invasion. What's important here is Russia and China's ambitions in the Arctic, where both countries have increased their general activity and investment, with Russia militarizing the Arctic and expanding its naval presence there, both seeking influence via infrastructure, mining, and research. So what is true? Greenland is strategically crucial. It sits at the crossroads of North America, Europe, and the Arctic, with the latter becoming a major stage due to melting ice opening new shipping routes and access to critical minerals. As the U.S. already operates a military base in Greenland, with existing treaties allowing military expansion if requested.
Hours after it was signed, it was already under strain. Can a lasting ceasefire between Syria's Kurdish-led fighters and the government hold? In a surprise collapse, the SDF has lost its decade-long grip on the northeast. We'll analyse the how, the why and the what next. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the declaration and the impact given its significance and to the whole world, I would say?
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around, was completely pro-Israeli, bizarrely. That wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary. So really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress, I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania and I think the south of Syria. 700,000. There are now, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, which made a huge difference. And no, I mean, Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I mean, I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the foreign secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I mean, I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the foreign secretary. Admittedly, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was, he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the foreign secretary, because you had, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America, not being able to speak English with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture, but I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, all the Abrahamic faiths, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? Everybody was coexisting peaceably. But a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think that the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much pleasure we have a declaration of sympathy. That's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, you know, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish, okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years that the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. And I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, you know, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, you know, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, you know, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a, you know, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48, and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. You know, they were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, you know, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, you know, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week. And this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this recognition? And do you think that it was a step taken too late?
No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two population problem much, much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank. And instead they've just been able to run riot and do whatever they want. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognize as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favor of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything.
And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves, until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two these two blocs who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, you know, love him or hate him, but, you know, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something, and I think has realised and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you know, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, you know, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, you know, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, you know, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now, commerce has taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is you know, committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. That is so contrary to the declaration and against the United Resolutions, things which we were talking about. But Gaza, you know, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, I mean, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but, you know, I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with, they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I mean, I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitation to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the declaration, and one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more, I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. I mean, why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, you know, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? As I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. Not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
Hours after it was signed, it was already under strain. Can a lasting ceasefire between Syria's Kurdish-led fighters and the government hold? In a surprise collapse, the SDF has lost its decade-long grip on the northeast. We'll analyse the how, the why and the what next. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Hello and welcome to America Unfiltered with me, Ellie Cohanim, where we'll be discussing the stories shaping America and reshaping the world. From national debates to global affairs, we'll be looking at the stories making the headlines right now. And joining me today is former Chief of Staff of the White House National Security Council, Alex Gray. Alex, thank you for joining us. Alex, we've been hearing a lot of confusing public signaling on what action President Trump is planning to take on Iran. As a former National Security Council official under President Trump, you have been in those rooms as he was making those decisions. Can you give us some insight on the process? How does President Trump make these history-altering decisions, and what is his management style?
Well, I think the thing that we're noticing here that's being so effective at the current moment with Iran particularly is he does value ambiguity. He does value the fact that the adversary doesn't know what he's going to do. And I think he's done two things which are really, really helping on Iran. One is reestablishing deterrence. So we saw after Ukraine, after the Afghanistan withdrawal that was so disastrous under the Biden administration, the United States was just not taken seriously globally as a great power. And between what he did in Caracas with Maduro, what he's done with Midnight Hammer in Iran, he's restored American deterrence. And then the fact that, as I've heard the president say many times, you know, he believes in the Richard Nixon madman theory of diplomacy. The fact that the adversary doesn't ever know what he's capable of doing gives him tremendous leverage. And so I think he's taking those two things, deterrence and ambiguity, and he's using it to his advantage.
Yeah, that's very interesting insight. And at this point, Trump's repeated warnings have raised expectations among protesters risking their lives. Does the U.S. now have a moral obligation or even a, quote, credibility issue, as some reports indicate Secretary Rubio has stated, to take action against the Iranian government?
Well, I think that the credibility issue I'm not so worried about, because we're already seeing the president leveraging the momentum and the gains that he's made in terms of restoration of deterrence and the strategic ambiguity to have real world impacts on Iranian regime behavior. So we saw today the announcement that the Iranian regime has basically said they're not going to execute 800 protesters. When has the Iranian regime ever shown mercy to anybody? They did that because they're in fear that President Trump is going to live up to exactly what he said. So that's deterrence in action. And the second thing is, when the protests first started, the regime did something very different than they did in 2009 or just a couple of years ago. They tried to buy off the protesters by offering them a very insulting $7 a month to leave the streets. Again, when has the regime ever shown that type of leniency to protesters? And I think that's directly attributable to the credibility President Trump has with the regime, that he's not going to go and give them pallets of cash for a promise to denuclearize. He's going to actually potentially do something with American power to change their calculus.
Alex, you're also an expert on weapons of mass destruction. As the Trump administration considers its option, can you tell us what role the Iranian nuclear material and missile stocks play in the decision-making for the Trump administration? What might they perceive as a potential threat or risk in carrying out a strike of sorts on Iranian targets?
Well, I think we know that the Midnight Hammer operation with the Israelis definitely degraded their capabilities, but those capabilities, they have for 35 years been making a concerted effort to keep both the missile program and the nuclear program continuously moving forward. There's no reason to think that they're going to stop that. And further, there's no reason to think that failed negotiations that had been done under presidents going back to Bill Clinton would have any impact on their behavior without the threat of credible use of force, which the president established in Midnight Hammer. So I think where we are, the president took off, he took negotiations off the table, and he was smart to do that, because the Iranian regime, again, they always think that they can use the nuclear program to hoodwink the Americans into making concessions or looking the other way when they repress protesters. The president's made very clear, we're not talking about nuclear denuclearization. We're not talking about concessions. We are focused on using our actual credibility and our deterrence, our use of force, the potential to use force, to keep the regime from doing things that destabilize the region and oppress their own people.
Alex, but at the same time, we've been hearing reporting that President Trump heard from his current NSC and Pentagon officials about potential Iranian targets. And so I'm curious, from your perspective as a WMD expert, do you think that there are potential risks that the administration is considering might unfold if they were to take some sort of strikes or actions against Iranian sites?
Well, there always are risks when you're targeting potential WMD sites, and those are factored in. And I think, particularly working with the Israelis have shown that they have penetrated the Iranian regime from an intelligence perspective to an extraordinary extent. And I think between some of the very exquisite capabilities we have on the intelligence side and what the Israelis have done on the human intelligence side, which is extraordinary, I think we have a very good understanding of where the current state of the program is. And when you combine that real-time intelligence with some of the extraordinarily precise military capabilities we have, I think there are certainly ways to continue to degrade the program, if necessary, that we can bring to bear on the intelligence and on the kinetic side. The question really for me, Ellie, is just how much deterrence can we bring to bear to prevent a potential need for that type of strike? And I think right now, the president's doing a very good job of being able to change the regime's calculus just by the threat of force. And we're going to have to watch it evolve. But I think the fact that they know he's willing to use force is right now our greatest weapon.
And the media is also reporting that America's Gulf allies, Qatar, Oman, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, have made the case against U.S. intervention. How impactful do you believe that is?
Well, some of our Gulf allies, obviously, they're in a difficult geopolitical position. Some of them have the Iranians actively trying to destabilize the Shiite populations in their own countries. Some of these places like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they live under the threat of Iranian influence every single day and Iranian proxy terror every single day. So they have vested interests and understandable interests in many cases in wanting the United States to take a particular line with Iran. And that's not necessarily the American interest. The American interest here is preventing the regime from suppressing its own people again, the way they did in 2009, and regenerating the nuclear program, the missile program, and regenerating the proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas that are targeting both American interests, Israeli interests, but also, as I said, our Gulf Arab allies' interests.
Would it not be the case also that a Middle East freed of an Iranian government accused of being a destabilizing influence would make Israel safer and promote President Trump's vision of a wealthy, peaceful, and integrated region, which he laid out last year in Saudi Arabia?
There's no question that the Iranian regime, as it's currently constituted, the Ayatollah theocracy, is the most destabilizing, the most dangerous, it is the poison that has infected the Middle East since 1979. And so much of the death and destruction that's occurred in the Middle East, whether you think about who was it that was funding the explosively formed penetrators in Iraq that were killing American soldiers and maiming American soldiers. It was Qasem Soleimani and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. Of course, President Trump took out Qasem Soleimani in early 2020. So you think about Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis in Yemen. You go down the list of horrible terrorist proxies in the region. You can trace all of them back to the Iranians. And so that regime has been spreading terror, spreading malign influence for 40 years. No one's going to shed a tear if that regime goes away. I think what we have to be thinking about is what's the balance between the need for the United States to keep stability, current temporary short-term stability, with what if we were to push the regime over the top, have a change in government there, and then of course there's always the uncertainty of what do you get after regime change, and the president's going to have to balance long-term uncertainty versus short-term uncertainty.
Within Iran, we've been hearing chanting for the return of Reza Pahlavi, the son of the late Shah of Iran, who was ousted in 1979 Islamic Revolution. Do you think that Reza Pahlavi could help lead transition in Iran?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. When I was in government, there was always a great deal of question about whether he had the legitimacy to even serve as a transitional figure in Iran after the Ayatollahs. He's shown himself over the last couple of weeks to have more legitimacy and more popular support than maybe a lot of American analysts thought. I think the key here is that, as he has said himself, he is at most a transitional figure to a longer-term Iranian post-Ayatollah regime. And so I think figuring out, they're definitely, based on his ability to mobilize popular support in the last week, there's definitely, I think, a role for him. The question is, what is that role? How long-term is it? And again, like with Venezuela, what does a transitional period look like to a more popular, elected, democratic form of government over the long term look like?
You mentioned Venezuela. The Trump administration has said it plans to control Venezuela's oil resources indefinitely as it seeks to rebuild the country's dilapidated oil industry. What reaction can we expect of allies of Venezuela like Russia and China, which is dependent on that oil?
Well, this is all part of the president's broader strategy that he laid out in his national security strategy, the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, that outside powers like Russia, China, Iran will no longer be permitted to operate in our hemisphere. And so I think, to your question, absolutely, the Iranians, the Russians, the Chinese are petrified that the president is following through on what the commitment he made in that document, that they're no longer going to be able to exert proxies and spheres of influence in our hemisphere. The Cuban regime has been propped up by the the Russians, the Iranians. There's a Chinese listening post 90 miles from Key West on Cuba and Cuban shores. Nicaragua, the Ortega regime that's been a thorn in our side for 45 years. It's propped up by the Russians and the Chinese. We know Caracas was crawling with Hezbollah operatives. I mean, we are finally getting to something that I think people like you and I have watched for a long time, which is that these dictatorships in our hemisphere have been proxies of our global adversaries. And the president is finally saying enough is enough. Rather than us focusing on these wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, let's get our house in order in our hemisphere first. And then once we've done that, we can look more expansively. But that has to come first.
And Alex, given what a threat that that new Trump approach, the Don Roe doctrine, as you refer to it, presents to U.S. adversary China, do you think that there can be some sort of a potential response from the Chinese, perhaps asymmetrical warfare?
Well, it's a real concern. And we saw the week before the Venezuela operation, the Chinese were publicly broadcasting that they were conducting combat simulations of warfare in our hemisphere, in the Gulf of America. This is something they think about. Look, they're buying, as you know well, they're buying farmland all over the United States, not just next to key military installations, but they're buying farmland with the purpose of controlling American agricultural production of key crops in specific geographies. You don't do that if you're not planning asymmetric activity, if you're not planning to do something on the homeland. I have no doubt that they are looking at their options. I tend to think, the Chinese have always viewed our homeland. They've literally said this in their strategy documents. They view our homeland as the soft underbelly of the United States. And they view, they do not view themselves. There was a book called Unrestricted Warfare from the late 90s, where the Chinese military said publicly, you can buy this on Amazon. They said publicly, we look at the United States homeland as a potential target in the event of a war over Taiwan. So the Chinese are thinking very expansively about this sort of thing. I think what's more likely to happen is they're going to take the president's decisive action in the hemisphere as a clear signal that the president's not going to tolerate meddling in the Western hemisphere any longer. And they're going to go project their tendency for malign influence closer to their shores. But as I said, they're going to keep every option open in the event of an actual conflict to try and bring pressure to bear on Americans where we live.
And turning to Americans and where Americans live right here in the United States, I'd like to discuss the ICE activity in Minnesota amidst an ongoing Somali fraud scandal there. The Trump administration's version of the shooting has been rejected by the Democrat Party state and local officials who say a bystander video showed Ms. Good steering away from the officer. What do you think the safety implications for ICE and Border Control is as they're trying to carry out their work?
Well, it's a very real threat. And I think what we're seeing that really concerns me is you're starting to see Democratic politicians in places like Minnesota. So think Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis, think Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, using rhetoric that is truly insurrectionary. I mean, they're using rhetoric that is almost justifying violence against federal immigration officers, federal law enforcement in general. It's really shocking that you have elected public officials in the United States at the state or local level who are setting up this contrast between the citizenry and federal law enforcement officers conducting lawful operations. That is really that's something we haven't seen in a very long time in this country. And so I think you really have to start, either these politicians are going to step back and they're going to recalibrate their language, or we need to start holding them accountable for things like this shooting, because they directly, through painting ICE as a predatory, illegitimate force, they are contributing directly to a climate that is promoting violence. And that's just unacceptable.
The officers deployed to Minneapolis are being ordered not just to focus on finding immigration law breaches, but also on tackling people protesting against ICE. Do you think ICE has enough resources to manage what seems to be an escalating situation? And how do you see all of this ending?
I think ultimately I think it's unfortunate, but I do think that the president at some point may have to consider using the Insurrection Act and bringing in additional federal resources because, look, I think ICE and DHS could handle this if you did not have local Democratic officials and state Democratic officials openly encouraging the illegal defiance of the federal government. The problem is Tim Walz has actually said he would use the National Guard of the state of Minnesota to help oppose federal immigration enforcement. That is an insurrectionary statement. And so if we continue to have this type of destabilizing and just extra constitutional behavior by elected officials, the president may have no choice but to put federal resources, to include federal military resources in. I think that's very unfortunate. That's something that no American should want. But if it's a question of keeping the legitimacy of federal law enforcement operations and protecting our ICE agents versus doing that, I would have to err on the side of invoking the Insurrection Act if that's what it takes.
And Alex, for our last segment, I'd love to turn our attention to Greenland. Do you think that President Trump is putting U.S. relations with Europe at stake with the Trump policy towards what seems to be wanting to perhaps have some sort of territorial takeover of Greenland?
Look, I don't think that there's any issue here with Europe. I think Europe is creating an issue out of nothing. This is something that American presidents going back to the 1860s have all said, which is that Greenland's essential to America's national security. The president has a number of options. There's a short-term option here, which is to make sure that under our existing arrangement with Denmark, we put more U.S. military assets in Greenland. I hope we do that. We should do that. There are Chinese submarines that are going up and down the coast of Greenland on a regular basis. That's a direct threat to U.S. national security. Longer term, Greenland should be part of the United States. They're going to get independence from Denmark. They've been on that path for 50 years. The question is, when they're independent, who greets them on the other end? Is it Beijing and Moscow, or is it Washington? And so what I think the president is simply saying here, set aside the rhetoric, set aside the European posturing. What the president's simply saying here is, we cannot, from a national security perspective, allow a Greenland that falls under the influence of our adversaries. Now, does that mean they become a territory like Guam or American Samoa? I think that would be the best solution. If that's not the case, then we have to have a very clear relationship with an independent Greenland that gives the U.S. extraordinary access to their airspace, to their land, to their territory. So this is not a President Trump idea. He's pushed this farther than any American president in recent years. But presidents from FDR to Harry Truman to Dwight Eisenhower have all had similar inclinations on Greenland. This is very deeply rooted in American strategy.
And just so our audience understands, beyond what you just explained, what about, we're hearing about natural resources in Greenland that the United States might be interested in. Could you break that down for us a bit?
Well, there is potential there. We know that there are considerable mineral resources in Greenland and potentially energy resources as well. One of the problems is that Denmark has not done anything to develop those resources, to the point that there really hasn't been a geological survey done, the type of survey that American companies do regularly before mining activities. That's never been done in Greenland. We really are guesstimating just the extent of those resources. One of the things that America can offer our Greenlandic friends is if we come into Greenland, we can actually develop those resources in a way that benefit the people of Greenland, something that Denmark has not done in the hundreds of years that they have had control of that island.
All right, Alex, great. Thanks so much for joining me on America Unfiltered.
Thanks for having me.
And that's all we've got time for. You've been watching America Unfiltered with me, Ellie Cohanim.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hours after it was signed, it was already under strain. Can a lasting ceasefire between Syria's Kurdish-led fighters and the government hold? In a surprise collapse, the SDF has lost its decade-long grip on the northeast. We'll analyse the how, the why and the what next here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. It's the biggest shift in Syria's complex power dynamic since the fall of President Bashar al-Assad. In just a matter of days, the Kurdish-led US-allied Syrian Democratic Forces lost control of the vast majority of its territory in the northeast. To stop the bloodshed, the SDF agreed on the weekend to a ceasefire that would see its forces integrated into the national military. The US Special Envoy Tom Burges was hailing it as a pivotal inflection point, and Turkey's president called it a valuable achievement for lasting peace.
The era of terrorism in our region is completely over. The requirements of the ceasefire and full integration of the agreement must be implemented swiftly. No one should make the same mistake again.
The next day, the clashes resumed. Maybe the writing was always on the wall. The ceasefire deal was signed without both sides present, and a follow-up meeting reportedly ended badly. The security implications for a failed ceasefire are already evident. ISIS fighters held in the region's prisons have escaped. Both sides are blaming each other for the security lapse and ceasefire violations. On this episode, we'll ask, will the fragile ceasefire hold? What's behind the SDF's spectacular collapse? And what are the broader regional ramifications? Joining us for the discussion is Bassem Barabandi, former Syrian diplomat and consultant with the Centre for Global Policy. Ömer Özkızılcık is a senior non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council. And rounding out our panel, coming to us from northeastern Syria, is Vladimir van Winkelberg, a journalist, writer and author of The Kurds of Northern Syria, Governance, Diversity and Conflicts. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being with us. Well, we saw an initial agreement between Kurdish forces and the new Syrian government signed back in March of last year, but that very quickly seemed to have lost momentum. Now, 10 months later, another ceasefire deal between the two sides has been reached, but just as quickly, pockets of fighting have sparked up again. It doesn't seem as if any of the underlying issues have been addressed between that last attempted agreement and now. But the difference is, this time around, that the SDF have lost its grip on power in the northeast. So, Bassem, let's start with you. Will this attempt at this fragile ceasefire, will it hold?
Yeah, my friend, thank you for having me and other friends. Actually, I'm former Syrian diplomat and now an ambassador. I get the title of ambassador from Syrian Foreign Ministry. Based on what you are saying, look, there's a lot of development has happened since yesterday to today. There's a new deal, there's a new agreement between Syrian government and SDF. And SDF, they approve it today. They just make another statement that they have accepted. So I hope that tomorrow will be better for Syrian and for the Kurds. I think the opportunity or potential that this deal will be implemented 100% is 90%. US government, Turkish government, Saudis, GCC, EU, all are supporting that effort to reconcile between SDF as military militia and the Syrian government. Syrian government took all the steps to secure all the rights for the Kurds. There's difference between SDF and the Kurds. We don't have problem with the Kurds. Non-Syrian has a problem with the Kurds whatsoever. And the government just recently announced new decrees that bring back or give back all their civil rights for the Kurds that Assad regime and the Ba'ath before them, they took it out. It's not our mistake. It's a historical mistake, and now it has been corrected. We back to the SDF issues. I think it has been solved. We hoped it will be solved. As they said in their statement today, 1 hour ago. And Syrians are happy. Tomorrow will be much better for all Syrians.
All right. Vladimir, you are in northeastern Syria and you have worked extensively with the community there. Has it been solved? Has this issue between these two very rivals for a very long part of history, has this been resolved?
Well, as Mr. Barani mentioned, that they made an agreement, but Damascus said that they will not enter Hasaka and Kamishli temporarily until an agreement is reached. So we have to still see if there will be an agreement, because we saw many times that there was talks between the SDF and the Syrian government, and then the talks broke again. And here on the ground, they are still afraid that these talks will break down again and there will be fighting. So we still have, and if the things will cool down and if there could be found a solution in which both sides to somehow can make concessions and see if they can contain the situation and that it not leads to more violence between the local population.
Ömer, what do you make of this, coming from a Turkish perspective? Do you have faith that the Kurdish-led forces will agree to the current iteration of this ceasefire deal?
I mean, from a Turkish perspective especially, there was always, since a year actually, always hope that the YPG-dominated SDF will agree and implement the deals with Damascus. And the hope was quite big as Turkey was progressing its own process with the PKK to disarm and disband itself. So the hope was in Turkey, the PKK will disarm. In Syria, the PKK Syrian branch will be integrated into the Syrian state. And there was quite a big hope that a new era can be opened also in Turkish domestic politics. But unfortunately, one after the other, the YPG has failed us, and the YPG has not implemented the deal. And the problematic point is the agreement that was now recently signed is actually the same agreement that was offered by Ankara and Damascus a year ago. So we lost a year, we had the escalation of violence, and now they have agreed to the same deal that was proposed a year ago. But when this deal was agreed initially, we have seen that on the ground, the YPG has not implemented this deal. And now the question is, will they implement it? Because there's something that I need to underline. We used to say the YPG dominated SDF, Syrian Democratic Forces, because there were elements, Arab elements, who are not affiliated to the PKK or the YPG. But as of now, all of the Arab components left the SDF, and we see that the YPG has basically lost almost all Arab areas, except for Hasaka city, Kamishli city, and the village in between. So as of now, the SDF, the former SDF, the YPG, has to face a decision. Either they will implement the deal and protect the Kurdish areas from violence and military solutions, or they will continue their route of military escalation. Because what we have seen is inside the YPG, there are two different camps. One camp led by Mazlum Abdi, who is more open to agreements and who is signing these agreements, and then another camp who is torpedoing these agreements again and again and again on the ground.
Ambassador Barabanti, I'm going to come to you in a moment, but first, Vladimir, let me come back to you just for response to what Ömer has been saying there. He's saying that there's a whole year has been lost laying blame squarely on the Kurdish side, that they didn't implement their end of the deal and that now, you know, there is a very stark choice ahead of them. What do you make of that assessment?
Well, I mean, the previous agreement was a bit vague. That was one of the reasons there were so many disagreements. Another point is that the agreement was like 8 points, and one of them also included some form of constitutional recognition of Kurds. And you saw that the Syrian president recently declared such a decree. So this came a bit late. This has been 1 year until he came with such a decree. So I think there's many disagreements between both sides, but it's not just square to be blamed on the SDF side, because also Damascus, there were maybe 8 points of this thing that were not implemented. So I think that was one of the biggest issues. That I think also one of the issues is that the agreement was just understood as a military integration agreement, but it's actually more complicated. It's about return of IDPs and refugees, and about confronting hate speech, about combating Assad remnants, fighting ISIS, and especially constitutional agreement, some form of constitutional guarantees for Kurdish rights, which the Syrian president recently has announced. Although, of course, the Kurdish majority of this Kurdish political party, so I'm not talking just about the SDF, they prefer some form of autonomy. They are hoping with this agreement that they could still have some form of a special status for instance, Kobani and for parts of Hasaka. But of course, Syria says it's one Syria and one united Syria, so I'm not sure if they're gonna agree with that. But the previous agreement that was announced a few days ago, after which the fighting broke down again, it was also mentioning some form of a special status. So there's a hope that there could be some form of a demilitarized zone in, for instance, Kobani and also in Hasaka, and that locals will join the internal security forces, and that peace will be basically implemented, and that we will not see the same violence what we saw, for instance, in Soida or in the coast with the Druze less than in the past. I think also there's a Syrian army, they have made changes. So we have to see now how this is implemented. But among the Kurdish population, there's still a lot of fear for human rights violations, and they don't really trust what is going on. But we have to see in those 4 days, because according to the last agreement, they were saying 4 days of basically coming to an agreement. So then we will see in these 4 days what will happen exactly, and if they will be managed to find some of concessions from both sides.
If you allow me just to answer your questions from Syrian perspective, which is...
Please do, because I was going to ask you, Ambassador Arabandi, who you think the blame lies with. Is there anything that Damascus should have done differently?
Look, it's irrelevant now. We are in different time zone now. I don't want to blame this or that. But today, all Syrian, they believe there should be one country, one flag, one capital, and one army. We will not allow, as a Syrian population, will not allow army within army or government or country within government. This is not accepted by any Syrian. This is full stop. We, as a Syrian, we differentiate between the Kurds and Kurds' right and Kurds being Syrian component of Syrian society. They have all the rights that all Syrians they should have. And we differentiate them from SDF/PKK. So there's two different aspects. During the last year of conversations or negotiation, the SDF tried to put themselves as we represent the Kurds. Syrian government and Syrian people believe the SDF is military group. It exists for certain target, countering ISIS, because United States cannot deal with Assad regime at that time, who's affiliated with Iran and Russia. So they find out that this is a group they can work with it. Today, things has changed. Syrian government is part of counter-ISIS coalition. They are the government, they are the legitimacy, and US is working with them. So they have to deal with SDF as military group, as rewarding them to be part of the new Syria as Syrian elements, not as foreigner elements. During that time, during this year, we found that SDF, they mishandled Syrian cause. They send wrong messages for Syrian population. They host pro-Assad fighters for Assad criminals. More than 7,000 people are in SDF control area. We saw them, they are supporting any other group that they want to separated from Syria. So all these messages for the public again. They said this, how we are dealing with the group that, number one, claim that represent the Kurds and is hurting the Kurd cause. Number two, how we can handle with them when they are hurting Syrian people. After the revolution, we didn't see SDF supporting the Syrian revolution. SDF historically was with Assad against the Syrian by all the fights. Even though today the government, it says we are not in revenge status. We are building state. We want to build a state. We want a new page. We want Syria to be stable. We need equality for everyone. Channels are open. Doors are open. We need a goodwill from all sides. Since the government announced everything publicly and the Americans are witness, they are not bluffing. They're zero bluffing. They are sincere in what they are doing. We are watching the other side, the SDF. There's so much claims that there are some people who are extreme right, PKK, Kandil group, and there are some groups who are more moderate. They are more pragmatic, more Syrian, if we put it in this way.
Mm-hmm.
The 4 days is not for Syria to decide what to happen. The Syrian put the offer on the ground, on the table. It's announced, endorsed by United States, endorsed by other countries. It's up to PKK, SDF to decide which direction we are going. And this has nothing to do with the Kurdish population. No, just very clear. This has nothing to do with public. The Kurdish are Syrian. So they are Syrian like me, like any other Syrian. Nobody will touch them. The issue is with this military group. This is the whole issue. We don't want to mix between the Kurdish rights as Syrian and the military group who are there. De facto, they are there, and they should be absorbed by the Syrian institution.
Okay. All right, Omer, I can see you smiling there. So pick up on that. What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, we have to be here clear to our listeners that they understand something. So far, all of the clashes between the former SDF, the YPG, and the Syrian army happened in Arab areas. There was literally no fighting in the Kurdish areas of northeastern Syria. In northeastern Syria, so far, the Syrian army only liberated areas. And all of this basically happened because the SDF at that time and the YPG insisted that they should continue controlling and governing Arab areas. So they were an occupying force and they wanted to maintain the occupation, and therefore we did not reach an agreement, even though Damascus made concessions that were rejected by Ankara, to be precise. Damascus agreed to the SDF integrating to the army as 3 divisions, which was a categorical no. And it was Damascus that convinced Turkey to not launch a military operation against the SDF a year ago. So coming back to where we stand now, look, when Ahmed al-Shara released the decree for Kurdish rights, there were celebrations among all the Kurdish areas currently controlled by the Syrian government. In Afrin, in Damascus, in Aleppo, Kurds celebrated. But the celebrations
and the Syrians celebrated, actually,
were not
even the Arabs celebrated.
Yeah. Yes, and there were no celebrations in northeastern Syria by the Kurds who are controlled by the YPG. So why? This is the first question. The second question here is that we need to address the elephant in the room. The Kurds are, as of now, with this decree, a privileged minority in Syria, to be clear. Now there is an unfairness against other minorities in Syria. For instance, the Syrian Turkmen, they speak Turkish, they are Syrian, and they lived in Syria longer than the Turks lived in Anatolia, in Turkey. And they don't have the same rights as the Syrian Kurds as of now, even though their numbers in terms of population is, according to some more, according to some less than the Kurds, but approximately the same. And they don't have the same rights, cultural, linguistic rights as the Syrian Kurds. So if this is about the rights of the Syrian Kurds, they are a privileged minority as of now, and the Syrian army has declared that they will not enter the Kurdish areas. They want these Kurdish areas to be integrated into the Syrian state peacefully, and they are willing to generate a police force for the Kurdish areas specifically, consisting out of locals. So this is a huge concession from Damascus, and the governance structure should be localized. And Ahmed al-Shara even proposed Mazloum Abdi that he can decide who should become the deputy defense minister of Syria, the governor of Haseke, and Haseke, the governorate of Haseke, is majority Arab. It's not majority Kurdish, but he offered the governorship position to be decided by the YPG. And he agreed that the new parliament, there is a third that was not appointed by Ahmed Shara yet, that the Mazloum Abdi can suggest names to be appointed as parliament members. So if this happens, and if indirect elections happen in northeastern Syria, the Kurdish parliamentary representation in the Syrian parliament will be more than the Kurds are in Syria. They will be overrepresented in the Syrian parliament. So from a Kurdish rights point of view, they have won big time. But the question is this about the Kurdish rights, yes or no? And everything that happened in the last year indicate that this is not about Kurdish rights, that this is about the PKK's aim of a one-party totalitarian regime to control everything. But unfortunately for them, they have lost all the oil fields and they have lost the ISIS card as the Syrian government has taken over the Al-Hol camp. And now the United States of America works with the Syrian government against ISIS.
Okay. We're going to come to ISIS and the United States in the final part of our debate. But what you've been saying there, Omar, actually leads me into this second segment, because I want to talk about the governance in the northeast and why we saw this collapse. I mean, the rapid collapse of the FDS caught many off guard. Backed by coalition training and support, it controlled about a third of Syria, including, as you mentioned there, key oil and gas reserves, and it boasted up to 100,000 fighters. Supporters of...
it was never 100,000.
As they say, they boasted that it was 100,000. Supporters say that there were gains in women's rights, inclusive governance, but underlying animosities remained. Arab-majority tribes, for example, who celebrated the group's collapse. So, Vladimir, I want to bring you back into the debate now that we've got your technical issues cleared. If everything was going so well in northeastern Syria under the SDF, if it was being governed prosperously, why did they fail so spectacularly?
I mean, it's because the U.S. used to support the SDF, but they now support the new government in Damascus. And previously, before the fall of the Assad regime, a lot of the Arab tribes, they hated the Assad regime. And that's why, even though they didn't like the SDF, they would still prefer the SDF over the Assad regime. But now the situation has changed. You have a Sunni leader in Damascus, so they prefer to be under that leadership. And before the fall of the Assad regime, you didn't have that situation.
It's not
so
about
the complete situation
it's
has
about the occupation of the Arab lands.
Also, Turkey supported.
We're just having a few audio issues with you there, Vladimir. I might just get you to repeat, to continue on your answer there.
The occupation lands in Turkey.
If you can still hear us, Vladimir, I just want you to keep going there. Give us a sense of why you think this collapse has happened, and do you think the people were genuinely celebrating? Is it equally divided? I mean, give us a sense of the true feeling on the ground.
I mean, the thing is that the SDF was pushed by the Americans into Deir ez-Zor and Raqqa. They wanted to actually connect Derik until Afrin, although there are also Arab and Turkmen areas in between those areas, so that's also quite difficult. So they wanted to create a continuous border area under their control, but it was not possible because Turkey opposed it and they launched 3 operations against them. So a non-state actor facing a state actor is very difficult. So it's not about governance or something like that. Because if you look to the governance of the autonomous administration, I mean, the SDF before was like 60% Arabic. If you now look to the police forces in Afrin, probably like not even 5% is Kurdish, and although the majority town is Kurdish. So they have failed in Afrin to make an inclusive police force. It's different for the Afrin Council. They have much more Kurds. So that's why the Kurds now hope that this new system will work better and that the Syrian government will recruit more Kurds in Kurdish-dominant areas, like, for instance, in Kobani and Afrin, in towns like Amuda and Derik, and that they will not impose like people from Idlib on their areas, because we saw just in Raqqa that they're always complaining about that was dominated by Kurds. They just appointed someone who's not from Raqqa. So we will have to see, because we see a lot of this actually moves that a lot of people that are actually from Idlib are appointed to key positions all over Syria, or they are not native to some of these areas. They are not from those provinces. So we have to see if this governments will be inclusive. The Syrian government now is clearly in the upper hand. They have the alliance with the US. I mean, we always talk about the occupation of Arab areas. If we talk about that, we can also talk about the occupations of Kurdish majority areas in Iran and Turkey. In Iraq, they have a Kurdistan region of Iraq, so it's a bit different. So that's just a narrative. I mean, occupation. I mean, apparently it's okay if Kurds get dominated by a non-Kurdish majority, but the other way around, then it's the occupation. So I think that's a little bit a discourse that I disagree with, but it's up to you. And we'll see how these agreements will be implemented and if they'll be able to also remove heavy weapons from Kobani and also to keep calling it Kobani and not trying to rename it Ain al-Arab again. And also if the government is serious in removing the injustices that were made in the 1962 census when the previous past Syrian governments tried to Arabize the borderlands in Kurdish dominant areas on the border of Turkey. So because the Syrian government have said they are also rectifying, for instance, this thing of statelessness, because you have...
Oh, we seem to have, again, lost our connection there. So, but Bassem, I could see you having a little grin there.
I'm smiling because what he's saying, yani, in a kind of, number one, they failed because the model that they created, that they exported professionally to the media as it's a new model that contain everybody, they have democratic process, the women rights, and so on and so forth. The reality on the ground is completely the opposite. They number one, most of this PKK, they are not even Syrian and they don't talk Syrians. Even if today in Raqqa, they get some Iranian guy who's from PKK, he was negotiating with the Americans for their forces to leave the Raqqa. He's Iranian, he cannot speak even Arabic. He gets a translator with him. So this is kind of model. Number two, when they talk about women rights, it's you just Google it, normal Google. You can see the PKK is just kidnapping the girls, 15 and 14 years old, and they take them to their camp, military camp. They kidnap the girls, but in the media wise, again, they are very professional in the media wise. They say we have the women rights. I mean, women rights by kidnapping women. They didn't allow the Arabs to operate for 5 years. There's no Arabic school. There's no Christian school. Zero. So we have a new generation of Syrian under the occupation of PKK in our lands, in their homes. They cannot go to the school. We have ignorant generation, unfortunately. They have all the wealth, and the areas has no electricity, no water, nothing, zero. So they couldn't create a model within all the US support, with all the wealth they have, to make the people feel belonging, to feel that this is the model that we are looking for the future. Plus, all this, if you are not PKK guy, even if you are not PKK, you are alienated from any services, from any committees you can have in your daily life. Mm-hmm. So when the government came in, it was, the people were really happy. They take the lead. I mean, when you talk about the number of Syrian forces inside the Jazeera region, we don't call it except the SDF area. It is called Syrian Arab Jazeera region. The people themselves, they were kicking out SDF. It's not the Syrian army. They were taking the lead everywhere. So all this, to make it more easy, it's SDF is just like Afghani or Iraqi army. It just collapsed because it's highly corrupted. They don't belong to the people. They don't serve the people. They don't create a model that people like or feel they belonging. So they just lost the momentum when there's alternative. And the alternative was the Syrian legitimate government. Mm-hmm. We cannot say because, if the Syrian under SDF, all Arab and Kurds, they were happy with that model. American support it will be irrelevant. Relatively will be irrelevant.
All right. We have Vladimir back now. So in the interest of fairness, I'm going to hand it back to Vladimir for the right of reply there. I know that you missed a large part of what Ambassador Barabandi was saying there. But in the interest of fairness, just respond to the final part of his comments that people welcomed the collapse of the SDF because it was highly corrupted, and it collapsed because a better model has now come into the fore. What do you say to that assertion?
Well, I'm not sure if it's a better model. We saw all the massacres in the coast and against the Alawites, and maybe now the last operations are much better than in the past, because I think there has been a lot of international support to basically improve their behavior. But I will not say that it's a better model. And also you have a lot of escapees of ISIS prisoners and females.
Yeah, but ISIS escaped because the SDF, they left the hole. I mean, they make official statement. Vladimir, it's not emotional. Let's be realistic. They make official statement as SDF, we are leaving the hole. That means they keep the doors open for the ISIS to leave. You cannot blame the government or the Arab public for that. You can just blame the SDF. They make official statements. So I'm not making this up. They say we are leaving. We don't care about them anymore.
And
the Syrian government, they take
an army to capture them back.
Okay, and let's just give Vladimir the right of reply then.
Yeah, but
I mean, they were attacked by groups, so this is why they withdrew. It's not that they just withdrew without any fight. They were like fighting, and their people got killed. That's a different thing. And also about
there's not be realistic. I know we know each other since 10 years. When you're talking about the
let's just let Vladimir respond to that answer, Ambassador, only because his internet connection isn't strong, so we just need to make sure that he gets a fair response.
He wants millions of Arabs to be kicked out of their lands to create the Kurdish dream state.
Okay, Vladimir, respond to that. We'll give you the right of reply on that, and then we'll move on to our final segment.
Well, it's interesting that he now talks about Arabs and not Syrians. I mean, there's this thing that...
Because you are talking about the Kurdish state. I'm not saying, because you talk about you need Afrin to be...
I mean, you also you say that only the SDF wants autonomy, but you know that's also not true. Like, most of the Kurdish parties want autonomy.
You just say
Just let Vladimir finish his statement there, Ambassador.
I would just say, like they say it's just the SDF is the problem, but it's also, for instance, you have the Kurdish National Council, they want to have some form of decentralization. But as the majority of the Sunni Arabs, they don't want that. I think if the situation was the other way around, it would be different. Because if you now look, for instance, to the Sunni Arabs in Iraq that are more a minority, they're more open for decentralization. So we'll see what the situation is. I think imposition by military forces are not a very good model. And hopefully they will find a solution to respect Kurdish rights and that at least they can have some form of local decentralization. Because in general, most of the Kurdish parties support that. And indeed, there were like celebrations on the government control. But that could also be for other reasons. I mean, they were enforcing themselves on these areas here. Because, for instance, you have in Iraqi Kurdistan that are not SDF. There were many protests against this in Slemani and Erbil and Duhok, in Kirkuk and other towns. So it's not just about the SDF and the PKK. There are many other Kurdish parties that have different views, that have similar
when the Kurdish,
demands for
I trust you.
So you cannot take it away, and we'll see how that will go.
The Syrian Kurds, they will get all their rights. Literally, the people of Kirkuk, they will demand their rights the way the Syrian Kurds, they get it. They get more rights, full rights, better than what the Kurdistan have rights. This is Syrian. We need to build a new page. We want to go to the future, that where Syrians are equal.
Let me push back on that, Ambassador, and just say that there's still a lot of warranted mistrust with the new administration, given some of the attacks that have been seen in other minority communities. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility for people to have distrust against...
I just want to... And I'm not breaking down, but I also want to speak.
Okay.
Go ahead, Omar.
Yeah, I mean, look, Melinda, first of all, in the first time in Syria's history, there was a court case, a trial to hold people accountable. And this is the new Syrian government. Yes, not everything is perfect. Or actually, nothing is perfect in Syria. It's a civil war that they have. But they are doing really good. Much better than any comparable analysis we have. There is no other post-war country that performed like the Syrian government is performing, to be frank and open. And it's going quite well, also thanks to the US policy. And here, I know Vladimir, and he really is good in representing the Kurdish street, how they think. And what he is saying is actually quite disappointing to me. Because what do they want more? I mean, let's be clear. They occupied Arab lands. The people, they liberated themselves before the Syrian army came in. I mean, most of the towns and villages the SDA, the YPG lost, was not because of the Syrian army. It was the locals that kicked them out. And they engaged in ethnic violence. They engaged in war crimes. They killed prisoners. They released ISIS prisoners from the Shadadi camp as well as the El Hol camp. And it was the Americans as well, together with the Syrian army, and also now confirmed by Trump personally, that captured these ISIS members back and put them into prison again. So this attitude is very frustrating for me. They are still in some Arab areas and still not willing to withdraw. And when it comes to governance, I mean, the Kurds are overrepresented in the parliament. These need to be discussed. It's not acceptable that a minority in a country dictates its term on the majority of the people. This was Syria in the last 55 years. The Assad regime was a minority that imposed its political vision on the majority of Syrians. And just like the people celebrated when Assad fell, the people celebrated when the SDF-YPG fought.
Okay, all right. I've got an eye on the time, so I just want to make sure that I can hand this over to Vladimir for a response, because we've got another section of our debate still to come. So I'm sorry I have to interrupt you there. Vladimir, is it fair that a minority of people, as Omer said, can force the majority to live under in the style that they are choosing?
I mean, if you want to have an inclusive state, you have to include everyone. I mean, that's what democratic societies do. If you want to have another dictatorship, you're going to say, this is the Sunni majority, and you shut up and you do what you want. That's another option. That was also during the Assad regime.
But the Kurds are Sunni.
Like in other countries, like in the US or like in Germany, a federal state. I mean, we also saw what happened in Afrin. The demography got changed. A lot of Kurds were in prison. Their olive trees were burned. People were kidnapped for money.
It's enough with these propaganda. If you are not willing to accept the reality, this is quite frustrating. These propaganda attitudes of yours is really frustrating. Please, let's be clear.
It's not propaganda. We have a different opinion on the edge of debate.
Making
a decision. Have that in Turkey, but
the Kurdish areas either will be captured militarily if your attitude continues. This is one option that I don't want. The second option is are the Kurds in Syria and led by the YPG, unfortunately, northeastern Syria. The YPG comes to its sense and makes a good deal that preserves the right of the Syrian Kurds. I mean, don't you get it? If the March 10 agreement was implemented, the Syrian Kurds would even get much more rights, and they would have a much stronger position in Syria. The YPG, SDF would have been a major part of the Syrian army and the Syrian society, but they did not implement it. And now they are getting a deal, an implementation that was proposed before the March 10 agreement, and it's now their time to fulfill and implement it. If they don't implement it, the next deal may not be even there. This is the ultimate solution. So it's the best to stop this propaganda and be real.
Okay, I need to give Vladimir the right of reply. We've got to keep it balanced. A short response, and then I'm going to move us on.
I mean, it's what I'm saying. We just have different views. And I mean, I'm not imposing anything to SDF. They make their own decision. We just have different views. I think there's a general sentiment among Syrian Kurds that they want to have some form of autonomy. And Damascus doesn't accept that. Fine, that's fine. That's up to them. And we will see what will happen if they can integrate it. But I don't agree with this idea that Kurds will have more rights than even the Kurds in Iraqi Kurdistan. Because the Kurds in Iraqi Kurdistan, they have their own parliament, they have their own government, so it's very different. But of course, the demography and the situation in Syria is very much different from the one in Iraqi Kurdistan, so we also have to realize that. So hopefully they will find some accommodation, they will have free elections, they will not have an election like in the last time, that you just have 1/3 is chosen by the government, and the 2/3 are basically from the HTS or parties close to the HTS. There was not even any political party that participated in these elections. And the election in Iraq, although Iraq is very sectarian, Iraq was much more successful than Syria in elections because you had different political parties joining. Although, of course, it all unraveled with sectarianism in the later time, but it's much more election-wise. It's more successful. I mean, in Turkey also, Turkey, you don't have a post-war situation, so that's maybe a wrong point. But I mean, in general, I don't think that Syria is such a great example. But we're going to see after this situation how it's going to be implemented, and if it will not be another Afrin where people were kidnapped and ransomed and people were raped in prisons. Thank you.
All right, we need to get on to our final section about US and international ramifications and implications here. So let me move us on before we run out of time. Henry Kissinger famously said, "It may be dangerous to be America's enemy, but to be America's friend is fatal." We've seen a very modern-day example of this, perhaps, in a new social media post from the US Special Envoy, Tom Burges. He wrote that the reality on the ground has changed, and that the SDF no longer plays the role it once did for the US. Given cooperation between the US and the new Syrian administration, he's urged the SDF to work towards a unified Syria. Ambassador, let me bring you in here. Bassem, has the US neglected their duties in Syria? I mean, we're 1 year on, as Omar was saying, we've lost a whole year because we've signed a deal and just pretended that it was all the issues are done. Has the US neglected the finer details of ensuring a peaceful transition of power?
No, absolutely no. The U.S. position was very clear from day one, at least since President Trump met with President Shara. They say this is the legitimate government. This is the partner of the United States. They will be part of countering ISIS. So they they announced all the policy publicly. I mean, it's up to at that time, it was SDF. They didn't believe it, that the life is changing, political dynamics has changed, and they still counted on the old history. But the American position was very clear a year ago. And they were, Barak and other CENTCOM guys, they always tell the Kurds that has been changing. You should change with the change. You cannot just keep your way away as if there's nothing has changed. So to blame the American that they just sacrificed the Kurds is not right or correct statement. I think the Kurds, they overreact, or they overestimated or overtrust themselves that American cannot leave us. I mean, but the American were telling them, we are leaving you. From the April 10 agreement, it was very clear the American is shifting towards Syrian government. They have legitimate partners is Syrian. So I think that was miscalculation by the Kurds. It's not by Syrian government or the American government. Everything was very clear. And I just want to back quickly to what Vladimir was saying. Look, most of the Kurds are Sunni. So he cannot say the Kurds are not Sunni and Syrian are Sunni. The Kurds, 90%, he knows better than me, are conservative Sunni, not even Sunni, conservative Sunni. So we cannot say, I mean, we can be very clear to say Arab Kurds or Sunni versus non-Sunni. Then the government, the Syrian government, regardless how Vladimir look into it, it's literally sincere to have equal opportunity, equal rights for all Syrians. It's ideal. It's not ideal yet. The government is still establishing. It's less than 1 year since its takeover. The problems in Syria is unbelievable. More than 90% of people under the poverty lines, 60% of infrastructure is being destroyed. So it's not an ideal. We don't have revenue. We don't have the money. We don't have anything. So we are not ideal. We know not ideal, but we know their sincerity. We know that even as Vladimir said that there's so many people from pro-Assad, from pro-Shara people are in key positions, but that is temporary. This is not the case. This will not be the case. Mm-hmm. When he will talk about Afrin things, I just want to remind him that there's more than 200,000 of people from Deir Zor and Raqqa are not allowed to back to their home before because of SDF regulation. Now they come back. He's talking about 5,000 of Afrin, are talking about 200,000. Again, in Syria, people are looking for tomorrow. We are not talking about the past. Okay. We talk about institution, we are about regulation, we talk about rebuilding Syria for all Syrians. We don't want to talk much about the past.
Okay. Vladimir, do you think the US has neglected their SDF allies in Syria?
Well, I mean, from the Kurdish perspective, they have seen that the US, they abandoned the Kurds during the referendum. When the Kurds had the independence referendum and all the neighboring countries attacked them and they did nothing. And now they see the same happening with the Turkish operations in the last year and now here. So they had sacrificed all these people in the fight against ISIS to keep those ISIS prisoners in Al-Hol camp. And now the US is working with an Islamist regime that is led by a person that used to be on the terrorist list. And actually some of his advisors were friends of bin Laden, who was responsible for 9/11. So they have now changed itself. They are now maybe moderate. They are not like the jihadis of the past. I mean, the HTS have changed a lot. They have improved. They have seen governments in Idlib, and they are now doing it also in Damascus. So they are not like in the past, strictly jihadist movement. But we saw also in the last time that the member of the Syrian security forces shot US soldiers. Also, we saw recently there were some incidents of beheadings of SDF fighters. There was also 2 women were captured by one of the Syrian soldiers and promising his leader to offer them as a reward.
It never stops.
So we have to see if the Syrian government can stop this kind of abuses.
The fake news propaganda.
We saw also in Sweden that people were killed and they were called atheists. And we also saw that the current government soldiers, they're calling people pigs and atheists, and they're calling them with slurs. So maybe they have to improve that instead of calling people atheists and dogs and this kind of stuff. Because if this is inclusive governance to call people dogs and atheists, I mean, that's not the kind of democratic governance we like to see, for instance, in the US or in Europe, where, for instance, Bassam Barandi is living in the US. Although this US government, they have changes, but we will see. I hope that for the US government, they will draw their troops from Syria, because if they will not withdraw, they will maybe be much more this kind of incidents, what you also saw in Afghanistan.
Okay, all right. We've lost our connection with the ambassador, but Omer, let me come to you for a response, and then we'll wrap up there. Respond to some of what Vladimir has been saying, and also your assessment on the role the US has played. Is it abandonment? Is it just moving with the new geopolitical times? And did Turkey have any hand in convincing the US perhaps to lean more towards the new administration rather than the SDF?
I mean, first of all, about what Vladimir said, there's a good thing about the Soviet Union that was said. They know they lie. They know that we know they lie. They know that we know that they know that we lie. And they still continue to lie. The propaganda of the SDF and its propaganda tools never stop, unfortunately. And the fake news, the recent rhetoric by Vladimir, just like there were women rights and the people were enjoying the YPG in northeastern Syria, we have seen that this was not true. They collapsed. So this propaganda, unfortunately, is so problematic that they themselves believed in this propaganda, and we are now where we are. If they were a bit more realistic, we wouldn't come here. And about the international perspective, the United States of America in Syria has a clear agenda to work with Turkey, to work with Saudi Arabia, to embrace the new Syrian government and to allow it to succeed, even against the Israeli interests. And the United States of America is working closely with Turkey in Syria. This is a fact. This is a reality. Trump has said this on multiple occasions. And the American government has even brought the Israelis to the negotiation table with the Syrian government. And the American side is continuously supporting the Syrian government. And here, when it comes to the SDF issue, since 2014, the Americans always, in every statement they made, they said, this is a tactical, transitional, and temporary alignment.
Okay.
So they said that this will happen. But it was unfortunately YPG that believed its own propaganda and are now feeling that something that like they are betrayed. No, it was not a betrayal. It was what the Americans said from day one. They said this is tactical, temporary, and transactional. But unfortunately, YP thought that the US is going to give them a state in the Middle East.
Okay. All right. We're out of time, so I'm just going to leave it there. We've got you back very briefly, Vladimir. I know you're coming to us from northeastern Syria, where internet and power are a little problematic, so we appreciate your perseverance and your appearance here. Let's just get one final word from you, because we didn't get a chance to put it to you earlier. Is there a sense that the US has betrayed the SDF and their alliance in Syria?
Well, according to the SDF point of view, they did, although the US didn't promise them anything like autonomy. But they sort of had this belief, maybe a wrong belief, that they sacrificed so many people in the fight against ISIS and they prevented a lot of ISIS attacks on Europe, that at least they will get some reward, at least some form of recognition, and not attacks by different groups. So we have to see how this kind of new governments will be implemented, and if it will not be another Afrin where there was demographic changes. And if, for instance, the ambassador saying, okay, Deir ez-Zor is occupied by Arabs, then you could also later in the future can say, okay, Kobani is occupied by Arabs or Afrin is occupied by Arabs. So we have to make a sort of a middle ground, and hopefully Damascus can find a way to recruit Kurds in the local police and have some local governments in cooperation with the SDF and the new political system.
There will be if the PKK doesn't mess it up.
It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. It has been a debate of technical issues, but we appreciate your perseverance. We've lost Ambassador Bassam Barabandi. He is no longer with us, but the former Syrian ambassador and consultant coming to us there. We appreciate his contribution. Ömer Özkızılcık, Senior Non-Resident Fellow at the Atlantic Council, and Vladimir Van Vilgenberg, journalist, writer and author. Thank you all for your diverse opinions and your contribution here to Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. What an interesting one it was. We appreciate your viewership. Keep up to date with our debates by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and follow us across X and TikTok.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
أهلا بكم. لم تكن العلاقة بين موسكو. Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in maintaining as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Istanbul, definitely a glory of the world. Istanbul bridges 2 continents, marries civilizations that highlights the best of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires. Take a look and see. Perhaps the most popular among tourists is taking the Bosphorus cruise in Istanbul. They say a trip to the city won't be complete without taking this route. It provides a majestic overview of the city, taking both European and Asian shores. You'll see century-old places and mansions to marvel at. There are also several options of cruises to take for your convenience. The Hagia Sophia is definitely a sight to see too. It's a splendid church-turned-mosque-turned-museum that's considered one of the world's greatest architectural treasures. Also head over to the Archaeology Museum in Istanbul. It is considered one of the city's hidden gems, displaying one of the world's richest collections of classical antiquities. Here, you'll find the marvelous sarcophagus of Alexander the Great, depicting important phases of his life, the blue-tiled Karaman Marab, the beautiful tiled pavilion, and the Treaty of Kadesh, which is known as the world's earliest surviving peace treaty. When it comes to shopping, Istanbul has its Grand Bazaar. You can go bargain hunting to your heart's delight. It is over 500 years old, but still one of the largest covered bazaars in the world. Locals visit the place every day to shop and bargain like pros. The Grand Bazaar is also known for its carpets, leather, ceramic, jewelry, plus souvenirs you can bring home. Not to be missed are the local markets that will allow you a taste of different cultures of continents. Turkey's kitchen is in fact known to be the richest of all. Their dishes are known to be made with only fresh produce. Plus, you can buy the ingredients firsthand at the local markets. Then, of course, you can't miss the Galata Tower. It is one other way to see the best of the city. You'll get a 360-degree panoramic view of Istanbul. Its very high tower also has a restaurant and cafe for you to dine in at the 9th floor. Feel free to enjoy the view and the food too. Definitely a great way to see, experience, and absorb the beauty that is Istanbul. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu and you're watching W News Extra. Broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios, these are our top stories. Trump tells world leaders he wants to buy Greenland and insists he won't use force to get it. U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff says he'll meet with Putin tomorrow as reports suggest plans to sign a multi-billion-pound prosperity package for a post-war Ukraine have been postponed. And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accepts an invitation to join President Trump's Board of Peace. U.S. President Donald Trump is pushing for immediate negotiations to acquire Greenland, calling the territory crucial for U.S. national security and military strategy. Speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, he insisted he won't use force, though he warned the U.S. would be unstoppable if needed. Trump's plan has sparked pushback from Denmark, Europe, and NATO allies. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark. Tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director, This is Dubai, here in studio, Michael Jabri Pickett, who's with me, and journalist and broadcaster Isabel Webster, speaking to us from Surrey. Now we'll start with Michael here. Freebies, including the Golden Dome.
So it's a little bit tricky when you're talking about Donald Trump. You don't want to fact check him because if he doesn't like what you say, he'll just say fake news. So you can't get stuck in a tit for tat anniversary of his second term in office. But I would say that as a Canadian, I would want to fact check a few things. So from a historical point of view, I wouldn't say that we have had a lot of freebies. We certainly benefit being so close to the United States. We are either the first or second trading partner of the U.S. Canada and Mexico sort of flip-flop depending on who has the more productive year. We also send an awful lot of oil to America. And perhaps one of the issues that Donald Trump would best understand is that we fought alongside the U.S. in the First World War and the Second World War. In fact, we entered both years before the U.S. did. We also in the Korean War and, of course, in Afghanistan. So there are certain benefits that every Canadian would say we definitely are able to take advantage of because of our proximity to the world superpower. But it's not a free ride. And there is an awful lot that Canada has sacrificed over the centuries. And Donald Trump, when he doesn't like the narrative, he'll just stick to his own narrative. And that's what he did in Davos today.
Well, thank you for the fact check there today, Michael. Much needed with everything going on. Now going on to Isabel, the UK Prime Minister has said he will not yield to Trump over the tariff threats. Where does the UK and EU stand on this retaliation? And could we see this trade bazooka that Emmanuel Macron suggested? Could we see this being used against US as a retaliation method?
I mean, there's no guessing what we might see. I think we are in unprecedented times, and we're hearing that from the very top of many countries at the moment. It's worth pointing out that this is definitely the strongest rhetoric that I've ever heard Sir Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, using in relation to the Trump administration. Up until now, he's been very eager to please and to appease. Of course, we all know that, of course, he wheeled out the royal family, offering this unprecedented second state visit. But since we've been talking so much about Mark Carney, I feel I ought to quote a line from his speech, which I must say really, I think, set him apart in a different class from Trump, just in terms of some of the ideas and arguments that he was setting out. But in that speech, he said, compliance will no longer buy safety. And I think it was really important. That's obviously a view that Starmer has taken. He will not yield. Obviously, there's been this row over the Chagos Islands, which up until, I think even on Monday, Trump was okay with, but on Tuesday decided to shame the UK over because he wanted to pressure the position on Greenland. Now, the UK has a difficult situation because we obviously left the European Union through Brexit. Do we want to go back into the embrace of Europe, who under Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission, who also gave an excellent speech today, said they stand ready to act together and with urgency? Or do they lean towards their traditional special relationship, but that is now no longer reliable? And I think it's a very difficult path to tread. And it's almost like, and I've heard people describe it as a sort of medieval king that you're dealing with, and you never quite know what whim or mood you might be facing. But I think it is absolutely right that on certain things there is a red line. The sovereignty of Denmark and Greenland must be respected. And, otherwise we may well see the end of the 76-year alliance of NATO.
Exactly. And more on that, Michael, you were talking to us a bit more about the Canadian Prime Minister's speech, Carney. You said that he actually, I thought this was quite interesting because it was quite a popular speech. You said that he actually wrote it himself.
He did. So according to anonymous sources, as a journalist's favorite sort of source, my guess is that he was so invested in making sure that he continued to ride this wave that he's enjoyed from a nationalistic point of view because of his success with the Chinese deal, but also he is somebody who's not unfamiliar with Davos, having been head of Bank of England as well as Bank of Canada. He knows Davos very well. He's been there about 30 times. And this was a deal, a speech that he wanted to make sure that he was able to hit all the right chords. And as a Canadian, I'm recognizing that he's becoming a little bit more comfortable in these moments when he does have to deliver a speech and people start to recognize how important words are. And when you're in North America, it's the Prime Minister of Canada, the U.S. President, and then, of course, it's the leader of Mexico. If you can stand a little bit taller than some of your peers, I think that on the world stage, that helps you stand that much taller as well.
I agree, Mike. I think a little bit of it is about reading the room as well. And where you had President Trump making, gaffe after gaffe, calling Greenland, Iceland, talking about Azerbaijan. He talked about you'd all be speaking German or perhaps a bit of Japanese if it wasn't for us in a corner of Switzerland where there are many German speakers living there. It couldn't have been more tone deaf. And then you have, by contrast, Mark Carney, who is aware that Trump has said that they want to make his nation the 51st state. But in a room full of CEOs, inventors of AI, the world's sort of most powerful businesses, people he deals with on a regular basis, basically pitching Canada and saying, look, we are an energy superpower, we are a reliable trading partner, and he said we've got what the world wants. We also have the most highly educated workforce. So whereas Trump went out, and it was amazing, I think, that the silence in that room for a lot of the speech, Mark Carney was trying to very cleverly and carefully position his nation in a room of movers and shakers. And I think that juxtaposition was absolutely fascinating today.
And Isabel, also, what do you think about Trump's position on NATO today? Because he always has this sentiment of unfairness or an unfair treatment towards him. He said that he's gotten absolutely nothing from NATO. What do you think of that?
Well, as a reporter here in the UK, I covered many of the repatriations of British servicemen and women who were returning tragically, who died, one of whom was a friend of mine, into the UK. And it's just hugely not only false, but disrespectful to the families who continue to grieve for their loved ones. Britain actually lost more soldiers in the wake of 9/11 after the invasion of Afghanistan than America did, and had more repatriation. So I think it would do very well for the Trump administration to remember that. Actually, Canada as well, of course, served shoulder to shoulder with America. And look, NATO was born out of a horrendous world war, the likes of which nobody ever wanted to see again. And I feel like memories are becoming shorter and shorter, and history is being rewritten in some places. And, this is a time for calm and for respect. And sometimes I think, well, I know that Donald Trump is wide of that mark.
Well, it's good to have a perspective, UK and Canada, here to fact check on everything that's going on today. Thank you both for your thoughts there. So stay right there as we move on to another story right now. A European backlash against Trump's push to acquire Greenland is now spilling over into Ukraine diplomacy. The Financial Times reports tensions have delayed a planned $800 billion prosperity package for post-war Ukraine that was set to be unveiled at Davos. Officials say disputes over Trump's Board of Peace and Greenland derailed talks, with the U.S. missing a key meeting. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is also scheduled to meet with Putin tomorrow. So, Isabel, with everything going on with Greenland, has Ukraine been forgotten, sidelined here? Trump said he was going to meet Zelensky at Davos. There's also been competing reports about this. Is Zelensky going to Davos? Is he not? What do you think about Ukraine here?
It's a really difficult one. Zelensky has been reported as saying, look, it's not comparable, Greenland with Ukraine. And obviously there is an ongoing active war situation that he's having to deal with every day. Greenland, though, has seriously irked, concerned and, confused NATO allies who, during Trump's speech today, will be forgiven for thinking they were the enemy. There was no criticism of Russia or of Putin or any of our, obvious enemies. No talk of China and their cyber attacks, but it was talking about, historic allies today. So Zelensky didn't come to Davos. Now, there is an argument that that was also because of what's happening at home. There's been this increase in ballistic attacks from Russia. Kyiv's parliament is without power, and I believe half of the city is also without power, which would be a catastrophe under normal circumstances. But given that we are at the end of January, it is minus 19 degrees. So it is a very grave situation. He's reporting an increase in these audacious ballistic attacks. And I don't think it's a coincidence that this is in the wake of Putin being invited onto a board with the word peace in it, when the world is discussing whether or not one superpower can acquire another superpower by force or by threat. And so whilst Russia acts with impunity, this highly important package, financial package for Ukraine, has been pushed off the agenda. Now, in Trump's speech, he said that he would be meeting with Zelensky tomorrow, but it is unclear if that will go ahead, given the situation at home and also just the disquiet with the sort of the way that the Trump administration are handling this. As you just mentioned, Witkoff, the real estate deal maker, he's not an appointed official. The special envoy is heading with his son-in-law back to Moscow. They use their Russian translators. It's all very much under Putin's terms. And meanwhile, Zelensky is not at the table once again. It's worrying. It's not right. Let's hope Zelensky does turn up in Davos tomorrow if he can, and have an all-important meeting with Trump to discuss the future of Ukraine.
Exactly. So Trump-Zelensky meeting, unclear for now. Michael, as you also mentioned, we know that Witkoff will be meeting with Putin on Thursday. So what message does this send to Zelensky? Do you think he feels sidelined again?
I think he's been sidelined the entire time. I can't imagine that he feels emboldened by the move. But for the package that's supposed to be delivered after the war, I think he should be concerned about that, because I do believe that one of Donald Trump's weaknesses is that he doesn't have the follow-through. He may be focused on something, and he may be able to sort of put people in the same room, hope something happens, but he doesn't have the attention to detail that's necessary. Now, for the peace proposal deal, I do think that President Zelensky can feel optimistic about that, because I do get the sense that the way that Donald Trump was talking during the fireside chat after the rambling speech at Davos, he did say to Steve Witkoff in the audience that we were reasonably close. And he also said that if President Zelensky and President Putin do not make a deal, that, quote, they're stupid. I think his rhetoric is ramping up, partly because he's getting sick of it, but also I do believe that he is being told that there are moves on both sides, and I think that there is an end that's going to come close, or excuse me, I think the war is going to come to an end very soon, and I think that the Americans have been sharing with the Russians what they believe the Russians need to hear so that they're not completely surprised when this peace proposal is presented to them. And I do believe that Donald Trump, because he's being a little bit more forceful in his language, he has reason to feel that there is optimism. And by extension, I think President Zelensky should be feeling optimistic about a peace deal as well.
Exactly. There's also this 20-point plan being discussed in this peace deal, where there have been analysts saying that there's the 5 to 3 sticking points that are not being agreed on, especially the Donbass or territory and security guarantees. Do you think the fact that Russia's the one calling U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff, this is also quite unusual at this point of peace talks, do you think this is a positive sign?
I can't imagine that they don't know what the other side is really concerned about. I also would like to think that when you have Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff flying again to see Putin or meeting with him if it's going to be in Davos, that there is going to be there should be no surprises. Everybody should know what it is that they need to talk about. At this level of diplomacy, even though these men are not career diplomats, you would like to think that everybody is aware the 2 or 3 issues that have to be discussed. We're going to go in with a plan to address them. Otherwise, what's the point of having the meeting at all?
Exactly. And Isabel, the prosperity plan, if it's not going to take place in Davos, doesn't mean it will no longer take place. But when it does, what does this plan entail? And do you think that this actually delay in signing that we're looking at now and this uncertainty if Zelensky is going to show up or not in Davos and meet with Trump, how do you think, or do you think that this is giving Moscow kind of an advantage here?
Moscow sees advantages left, right and centre. You know, even Trump's speech today, they'll be delighted with how that went. And the fact that Zelensky was unable to attend because of the terrible destruction of the historic city of Kyiv will also be a win for them. So make no mistake about that. I'm sure that this will go ahead, but I'm not as confident as Michael. I'm afraid that a peace deal is as close as he thinks. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. But there are such critical sticking points, and, you know, certainly top brass in the West are worried that we are creating a nation in Ukraine that will be like a tethered goat, and we want to make it an unappealing sort of premise for Putin to reinvade either Ukraine or other countries along its border. So at the moment, you know, without the ceding of territory, I think we're a little bit of a way off. I hope I'm wrong. But I'm certain that certainly in terms of a support package for Europe, that will be signed very soon. And I should also mention that in Trump's speech today, he did say he would provide full support for Europe in Ukraine, but that his ultimate price for that would be Greenland. Now I'm doing it. I muddled it up because he actually said would be a little lump of ice, but what he was referring to was, of course, the Danish territory of Greenland.
Just a tiny little lump, right, Isabel? Now, thanks for both your thoughts there. We're going to move on now to another story where Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accepted an invitation to join U.S. President Donald Trump's Board of Peace. In a statement, his office said, Prime Minister Netanyahu announced that he has accepted U.S. President Donald Trump's invitation and will join as a member of the Board of Peace, which will be composed of leaders of the world. The board was conceived to oversee the rebuilding of a post-war Gaza. There are reports that members have to pay $1 billion for a permanent spot on it. Now, Michael, what do you make of this Board of Peace, and how do you think Gazans will feel about Netanyahu actually joining it?
Well, first of all, I think of Dr. Evil whenever anybody is demanding $1 billion for something that is probably not realistic. I do feel that Palestinians, not to make light of it, Palestinians, of course, are going to feel like yet again our homeland is being determined without any Palestinian involvement. They're going to feel like the second-class citizens that the global community treats them as. You know, this is Benjamin Netanyahu's genocide that he was orchestrating from soon after the attack on October 7th. And it very quickly turned where the world started to see that you had an unfair advantage, the Israelis and Hamas. And the Palestinians as a people were suffering. I think that for the Palestinians, when it comes to this Board of Peace, so no Palestinian will sit on that board. And then, of course, there's a General Executive Board that sits below it, and no Palestinian will sit on that. And then there's a Gaza Executive Board, and no Palestinian will sit on that. It's not until you get to the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza that a Palestinian will be allowed to sit on that board. And this, for them, is par for the course. This is something that they've been dealing with for 80 years. They are, yet again, being pushed aside, even though the global community seems to be coming together to talk about Gaza. And yet we know from the charter that is being set out for this Board of Peace that there may be loftier ambitions for it rather than just to focus on Gaza.
Yeah, and Isabel, do you believe here that we'll see a phasing out of the UN if an organization like this exists with world leaders on board? That was actually the question that was raised here by President Emmanuel Macron when he said that he wouldn't join the board, is that this would compete with organizations like the UN. What do you make of this?
Yes, and what did Trump respond? He would put 200% tariffs on all French wine and champagne. I mean, honestly, the bullying in relation to a board with the title peace in it, it's not even ironic. It's ridiculous. And then the suggestion that Benjamin Netanyahu, who himself was on corruption charges before he led his country to avoid facing that, into this terrible situation, which is deeply unpopular even amongst his own Israelis. He's accepted that, an insult to the Gazans who've been starved, who've had civilians bombed, displaced and terribly treated, disproportionate retaliation there. And then for Putin, I mean, you know, this guy is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians. I don't even have to say it. In good company, of course, we've got the Belarusian dictator Lukashenko. He's up for it. You've got Viktor Orban, another authoritarian leader, keen as mustard. Even the right-wing leader in Italy, Meloni, has come out and said she's not sure about all this. She'd have to look into it. That's the position of the UK government, which I applaud. They need to tread very carefully before accepting this. Interestingly, Mark Carney has said and has accepted the invitation, but he said he will not be paying the membership fee to the world's worst golf club. I mean, those weren't his words, but that's what it looks like to me. Reported $1 billion. And quite right too. Germany also said they would get on board if they could have a guarantee of the framework of the rules-based international law would be respected. Well, that won't be the case if your main people sitting around the table are Benjamin Netanyahu, Viktor Orban, Lukashenko, Putin. This is really serious. Will it be the end of the United Nations Security Council? I don't think so. I actually don't think so. But I think it does expose, once again, the weakness of an organisation that was set up in good faith, but unfortunately, due to the power of the veto and a lack of political will to tackle the issues that it was set up to tackle, as well as the fact that the countries that are very often involved in the issues of security breaches and are sitting at the table has undermined it, and it's been seen as toothless for too long. I think the future of the United Nations Security Council increasingly will be a humanitarian and perhaps have less and less significance. But who can make a prediction? Honestly, who knew that Venezuela would be in the position it's in this year? Who knew that we would be? I mean, when that happened, I actually said to my husband in the morning, gosh, everybody's wondering about Greenland now. My husband said to me, no credible person thinks that America would try to take Greenland. So who can honestly predict what will happen with the border peace or with the United Nations anymore? Honestly, we are seeing the tectonic plates shift. It's utterly fascinating. And if it wasn't so worrying, I would be absolutely relishing this fascinating period in history. Unfortunately, we're all having to live through it, and none of us really knows what it will mean in the long term.
That's right. And Michael, also, as we reported, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu joined the board. But this was after initially hesitating, because the Gaza Executive Board will also include, for example, countries like representatives from Turkey and Qatar, whose inclusion Netanyahu had actually opposed. So how do you think these tensions with countries with regional tensions amongst them can affect the board's actual ability to mediate peace in Gaza effectively?
I think it'll be a struggle because you have so many different countries that will be coming in naturally wanting to sort of secure their own interests. And Gaza isn't even mentioned in the charter itself. And I think that there will probably be agenda items that will be put forth by various countries. I don't know that Gaza will necessarily be at the top of anyone's list. Also, when you don't have a Palestinian who's there to talk and raise the issues that are most important to the Palestinians, how is it that you're going to figure out where is it that we should be starting? None of those people are going to be living there. They're not going to be aware of the struggles. And unless they are doing in-depth studies about what it is that is required when you're rebuilding a country, and I can't imagine Benjamin Netanyahu, or for that matter, Mark Carney or Viktor Orban are actually going to be doing those things. You're going to be left with board members who are going to be sitting around the table figuring out, well, maybe I'll put something forth and we'll have that conversation. It can very quickly slide away from what it's supposed to be, which is a board of peace to help the Palestinians. And very quickly, it will not be that. And I think Isabel is 100% right. It's going to be a glorified golf club.
Exactly. Also raising many questions about the equity and the quality that this club is going to have, especially with the membership price of $1 billion. So now stay right there as we move on to another story. Elon Musk has hinted he may buy Ryanair, calling out the company's chief executive during an online spat. The bust-up began after Musk said Michael O'Leary should be sacked for rejecting the use of Starlink to provide Wi-Fi on flights. O'Leary blasted back, calling the Tesla boss an idiot, whilst also promoting their January sale. Isabel, we'll start with you. It's the world's richest man taking on the boss of Europe's busiest airline here. Whose corner are you in?
Who do you think, Catalina? I've interviewed Michael O'Leary many times, and it's not just his Irish charm. He's entertaining, he's good sport, he's taken all of this in his stride. Look, fundamentally, by the way, Elon Musk, even though he is obviously the richest man, cannot buy Ryanair, absolutely can't. And this was pointed out by Michael O'Leary very calmly that it's publicly owned, you have to be a European citizen, so that cannot happen. But the spat been pretty entertaining. This was all over Starlink and the suggestion by Musk that Ryanair ought to install his Wi-Fi into the Ryanair aircraft. Now, for an airline that is famous for being incredibly thrifty and therefore one of the few that are actually profitable, there has to be a good return on investment for Michael O'Leary, and he clearly did the sums, and this was not going to work. It's expensive to install the kit, it's heavy, therefore costing more fuel, and the type of clientele that use Ryanair will not be prepared to pay the sums of money being asked. So it just wasn't a good deal. But of course, Musk, quite fragile ego, was not happy about that, asked his followers on X whether or not he ought to acquire the airline, and he is worth, we should point out, $769 billion, which I looked up means he could spend $10 million a day for 211 years before all of his money ran out. But he could buy Ryanair. I think it's worth something like $39 billion. Correct me if I'm wrong. He'd have plenty of spare change, put it that way. But it's just frankly not possible. And Michael O'Leary was a good sport about it all. And it just exposed Elon Musk to be this huge ego that we all know now for him to be.
Following a bit on the Trump rulebook there. But Michael, we know that Elon Musk is not all bad, especially Starlink, because it's been used in Iran right now during the blackout. It's been made free for all Iranians, even though it's dangerous for them to use. And now Lufthansa has also signed up to use it on their own flight. So should O'Leary perhaps listen to what Musk is saying, or is this offer dead right now? What do you think?
100% he should not be listening, because from a journalist point of view, this is nice fodder and it's nice entertainment. And unlike the Donald Trump stuff in Davos, nobody's going to get hurt here, or at least not too badly. And in fact, Michael O'Leary makes that point, which is that Elon Musk might be calling me this on X, excuse me, not Twitter, on X, but my 4 teenage children will also call me that as well. I think Michael O'Leary, from a PR playbook, he handled it fantastically well. He addressed everything in a level-headed, non-emotional way. He was very factual-based when he discussed how much it was going to cost, as opposed to what it is. He also talked about, that he believes, as his team does, that only about 10% of Ryanair passengers would be willing to pay for it, where the Starlink people think it's 90%. He said Starlink is wonderful, but he just said that from a cost point of view, it's not going to get us where we can justify it. So it was, I thought, a masterful job. He repeated some of the insults that Elon Musk had called him, and I think that makes Michael seem a little bit more sophisticated, which is probably not something that gets said about him too often, because he didn't have to dip to the level that Elon Musk was at. He just had to repeat some of those same words, and it made Elon Musk seem a little bit more immature and a little bit more like a spoiled child.
Yeah,
and I thought Michael handled it fantastically well. Sorry, Isabel?
I was just going to chip in to say, Catalina, when we say things like Elon Musk is not all bad, I instantly feel like I need to just list all the things that are bad just to give that narrative, because just off the top of my head, whilst you guys were talking, I was thinking, well, hang on a minute. He was doing Nazi salutes to the far-right National Party, Tommy Robinson. He's been imprisoned. I think it's not actually his real name. He's got several other names. He does zooms into the AfD, far-right party in Germany as well. He's hollowed out parts of American foreign aid, which is going to cost lives right around the world. You know, when he came on the scene introducing Tesla, I thought, great, this guy is going to not only make green alternatives to, fighting this climate challenge, he's going to make it cool. And obviously Starlink was wonderful when we saw what he did, in the early days in Ukraine. It was life-saving. But I think Elon Musk, if he was to go on trial, is guilty of a lot of heinous things. For whatever you might say about Michael O'Leary, he's divisive, he's boorish sometimes, but, not in the same league as some of the sins I see as being the fault of Elon Musk.
Exactly. And Michael, do you think, does Elon Musk even want an airline added to his portfolio? Should he just stick to space? He already has social media space. Does he want something else right here?
Well, he's not an EU citizen, and it's an EU airline, so he has to be an EU citizen to be able to be a majority owner, because it is a publicly traded company. Again, Michael O'Leary said, go for it if you want to give it a shot. I don't think that Elon Musk would need an airline, but I don't think any of us thought that he needed X, and yet he was determined to get it. He paid a ridiculous amount of money for it. You never know.
It.
I'm sorry?
And then he ruined it.
Well, I don't know if... I kind of feel like it was already ruined. I think he just maybe brought it down to where, as Michael said today, it is a cesspool. And I think that Elon Musk certainly helped usher it into that direction, even more so. I think it was certainly the least effective and the least relevant social media platform, and that's where I think it is today. Now he wants it to be, that medium where free speech reigns, and of course we know that that's easier said than done.
Yes, and just to add on to something that you said about the facts that O'Leary said, and I think this would be important to add, he said we would have to put an aerial antenna on top of the aircraft. That would cost about $200 to $250 million per year. In other words, he says about an extra $1 for every passenger we fly. So that would go, I think, against the Ryanair logic and culture here of low cost. So now it's that time of the show where Isabel and Michael have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Let's begin with Michael, where art lovers are getting a very special treat in Milan.
Indeed. So Milan, of course, is the home to Leonardo da Vinci. The Olympics are coming up February 6th to the 22nd. And they have, well, I wouldn't say recently, but about 100 years ago, they discovered a mural that he had painted in a castle in Milan. And he had left it unfinished when he fled in 1498 from Milan because the French had come in. And what's happening now is restoration work is happening. And there's going to be a 6-week period when people of the members of the public are going to be able to go in and watch restorers work on trying to bring this a piece of art back to where it was. It's on the ceiling, and it's also on a wall, and it is something that's going to be taking about 18 months from February or so before it's complete. And it's an opportunity for people who will be perhaps going to the Olympics, but also have a chance to see an original Da Vinci.
And that's great. It's never enough Da Vinci for us, right, Michael? And now, Isabel, there's another story that's becoming very viral on social media, perhaps for the wrong reasons. But is it ever okay to wear sunglasses inside? And I think our viewers know who we're referring to right now.
Yeah, so I'm taking everybody back to Davos, but for a bit of levity, actually. If you haven't seen it, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, addressed the crowds there with blue reflective aviators on. And it's just taken over the internet. Lots of memes about whether he looks like he thinks he's in the Terminator movie, because that's the thing. He is always trying to be cool, isn't he? Like him or loathe him, he's got that kind of swagger. And then obviously the internet is quite merciless, and lots of suggestions that perhaps Brigitte had given him another slap. and he had a black eye under there and had to hide it from the world's cameras. But he's actually had a really minor but quite embarrassing, gunky, conjunctivitis-y bloodshot eye, which we're told is not serious and will be cleared up soon. But it has divided opinion because there is something about not just, you know, a man, but anyone, whether it's a celebrity or whoever it might be, just a Joe Bloggs member of the public, wearing sunglasses inside. It's like the biggest fashion faux pas that you can commit. And for a Frenchman to do it, I just imagine what they're saying on the streets of Paris. I mean, he's not very popular, is he, at home anyway? I wonder if this might be the final nail in the coffin. A fashion crime is what done it.
I will add that from what I've seen online, it wasn't very popular amongst the French and the Parisians. Dear. Yes, all the matching, I think they were calling him tacky. Michael, what do you think of?
Well, it reminds me I'm going to stick with the Canadian theme for my part today. In the early 80s, mid-80s, there was a Canadian singer from Montreal named Corey Hart, who had a song that was quite popular in Canada called I Wear My Sunglasses at Night. And it was sung in a very moody sort of way. And I think that there is a vibe that we can all agree on, that if you are a man or a woman who is wearing a pair of sunglasses inside, there is perhaps a vibe that person has that we all want to sort of stay away from.
Exactly. Thanks to our guests there. Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, who was with me here in studio, and of course journalist and broadcaster Isabel Webster, who spoke to us from Surrey. Thank you both for joining us. That's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, the US President Donald Trump arrives in Davos as a crisis over Greenland's sovereignty tests transatlantic ties in a way not seen in decades. But the president tells those assembled that he is not planning on using force to take Greenland. Meanwhile, the head of the World Trade Organization says that a trade war must be avoided at all costs. We'll be speaking to her predecessor and the former EU Trade Commissioner, Pascal Lamy. All of that coming up. Hello and welcome to the programme. The US President Donald Trump arrived in Davos earlier on today. This as the EU was bracing for his arrival after he threatened them with tariffs over Greenland. Well, there at the World Economic Forum, leaders had been watching closely to see whether President Trump's remarks about acquiring Greenland could further strain ties between the US and its European allies. But perhaps the biggest takeaway from the president's address was this. He said that he will not be taking Greenland by force. Well, that marks the first time he's clearly ruled out using military action to acquire the territory. Let's take a listen.
We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland.
Well, for more, we can speak now to Mike Dubke, who is a former White House communications director who served under President Trump. Mike, great to have you with us once again here on Arabiya English. Some people are calling this chapter the biggest fraying of transatlantic ties in decades. Others are saying ever. Would you agree with that?
I don't think I would agree with that. I think we have a very short attention span lately, and whether that's due to social media or other things. I think the same thing was happening when during the first Trump administration, the president was requesting that NATO allies pay their fair share, that they meet their obligations to NATO. And I heard the same rhetoric at that time. So I don't buy into this, that this next iteration, this call for Greenland is going to shake the unity that we have here, but it does call into question how allies and how do friends deal with each other. And I think from that perspective, we've seen a lot play out over the last several months.
Right. I mean, do you call allies stupid? Do you call them irrelevant? These are some of the words that are being used by the Trump administration, not just from President Trump, but other people in his administration, directed at the UK, directed at France, directed at Denmark. I mean, what's behind that?
Well, so there's a difference between diplomatic language and the language of Donald J. Trump. And part of his appeal, at least to the American people, and frankly, I think when I travel the world, his appeal to others, is that he doesn't use the codified language and the carefully constructed sentences of diplomats and professional politicians. So while I am not one to use terms as stupid, the president has made a history of doing that, as well as ridden it to great success, at least electorally, and in gathering support. So I think the leaders of Europe recognize that and take that in stride. And so again, I'm not as concerned about that language use or think that it's some stepping out of the norm that is going to cause a crisis.
Okay, and I mean, now that it sounds as though President Trump does not intend to use force to take Greenland, he said that earlier on today at Davos. What do you think's brought about that sort of about face? Because he wasn't entirely clear that he wouldn't use force before. In fact, his top aide, Stephen Miller, seemed to suggest that that was a perfectly reasonable course of action.
I think it's a couple of things. First of all, when you look at the negotiating tactics of Donald Trump, whether it be as a real estate developer or as president of the United States, part of his negotiating tactics has always been to go so far past where your adversaries think you will go. It brings them closer to your position just by them trying to reach an agreement like, you can't be serious, don't go that far. So one, I think this is to lay it out there, I think this is a very typical Trump negotiating tactic. Secondly, I think the meetings last week with the Danish foreign minister and with other European leaders and the phone calls that have been happening over the last week have really kind of brought this around, where you saw today in Davos, the president lay out for about 15 minutes of his speech a very clear, his very clear reasoning why he feels Greenland is so important. So I think you had a combination of typical Trump negotiating tactics, good conversations last week, and then this all coming to a fore for this very important speech in Switzerland today. Right.
You make some really good points there, Mike. You didn't mention opinion polls, and you did mention though earlier on President Trump's appeal to the broader public by using less typical language of a diplomatic figure or a head of state. So I'm wondering whether you think opinion polls played a part in his calculation, and I wonder whether you think perhaps some of the former generals, we've spoken to a few of them, former admirals, the top military brass in the United States, who sounded very uncomfortable with the suggestion even that force be used against Greenland. I'm wondering whether you think that might have played a part in President Trump's re-evaluation of the idea of using force.
Well, as much as all politicians say they don't listen to opinion polls, all politicians do. And for better or worse, Donald Trump is a politician, a very accomplished one. He just approaches politics in a different way. So yes, I can imagine that the opinion polls, especially in the United States, where you show some level of support or understanding for his actions in Iran, for some support and understanding of his actions in Venezuela, there wasn't that same support and understanding of this rhetoric around Greenland. So one, I think opinion polls did play a part in this, absolutely. In terms of the generals and others who have spoken out about this, I think the main thing that has affected most politicians, generals, and the general public here is we're not talking about a country in Denmark or a piece of land in Greenland in which the United States does not already operate. We already have bases there. We have open agreements to have more military bases in Greenland. And so this seemed to be a lot to do about nothing, I think, for the American people. Now, obviously not to President Trump, but the same level of crisis, the same level of necessity just wasn't there. And I think that message is finally getting through to the administration when it comes to use of force. He is still very much interested, though, in making sure that Greenland and because of its strategic location, the defense of the Western Hemisphere against Russia and China is defended.
Right. I mean, President Trump's certainly had the effect of putting Greenland up the agenda quite considerably, and actually made it agenda item #1 at pretty much every international forum in recent weeks. Then there's yeah, I mean, that's an accomplishment in itself. I mean, no one would otherwise be talking about Greenland. But then we had a Danish MP on this show yesterday who said that the United States had actually done a drawdown on the number of troops it kept in Greenland. There were fewer today than there were in years past, raising some pretty important questions about the argument about Greenland's importance and its strategic importance. Why would you do a drawdown if having Greenland was so important and you actually wanted to put more troops there?
Yes, I think that's a very good point. We've also shrunk the number of bases that we've had in Greenland over the last several decades, but we've also done a drawdown. I also think it's a point of information that, in the larger context of the drawdown of American forces across the NATO countries, is important to remember. There's been a movement of consolidation. Also, warfare is changing. Warfare is not just about boots on the ground anymore, as we're seeing in Ukraine and other places. It's the projection of force. And so Venezuela is a perfect example that we projected force as the United States off of Navy ships. In Iran, our projection of force was vis-a-vis airplanes that lifted off from the central part of the United States. So I think, that's a fair assessment by that Danish prime minister or minister of parliament. But I don't think it takes into account modern warfare, nor does it take into account the way that NATO has shifted its use of force over the last decade.
I mean, Mike, you've got a distinguished career in communications. I'd like to put this to you. The Danish MP we spoke to said Denmark would fight. Denmark would send troops and they would engage, and in all likelihood, soldiers on both sides would get killed. What would have been the optics of that scenario? How do you think that would have played out domestically and internationally, seeing American soldiers shooting and killing NATO soldiers over Greenland that most people in America don't have any interest in?
So I think optically and from a communication standpoint, it would have been a disaster. I mean, I do want to recognize that when America deployed troops to Afghanistan after the attack on the World Trade Centers, Denmark was with American forces in Afghanistan and deployed. When we instituted or asked for Article 5 of the NATO agreement to be invoked, Denmark was there. They lost, I believe, proportionally more soldiers in Afghanistan than any other NATO country. So I think the optics of it would have been terrible. And I think that's also part of the decision-making matrix that the president made in announcing today in Davos that the saber rattling that's been occurring over the last few weeks is just that. It's rattling. It's not intended action.
How's it played out in the media in the United States, Mike? I mean, is this the topic of conversation, or do you think the average American is thinking, do you know what? I don't really care that much about Greenland, and I'm more concerned about making ends meet with my paycheck in an environment where prices are high. Is that what people are more interested in, would you say?
It is. People are more conversational around a kitchen table, affordability, paying for groceries, paying for electricity. Interestingly, not gas, because gas prices are historically low in the United States right now, but electricity prices are up for heating people's homes as we're now in the winter season. Those are kitchen table items. When we're looking at the media, we're talking a lot about immigration and immigration enforcement in Minneapolis and other places in the United States. Greenland's part of the conversation, but it hasn't dominated the conversation. As I understand, it's dominated in Davos, that it is the start of almost every conversation at every cocktail party in that little Swiss town. So it's important, but it hasn't been all encompassing like it has been in maybe some European capitals and some other places around the world.
I mean, from the other side of the world, it does seem that US Congress has been extremely quiet on this issue. And, looking at public opinion, it's difficult to imagine that Congress would support any attempt to take Greenland by force, which we know now is not going to happen. It's also, startling that, Greenland to be made a part of the United States, there would have to be a treaty. That treaty would need a 2/3 majority in the Senate. And are there 67 senators who would join together and ratify such a treaty? What do you make of the reaction from the political class?
I think the math that you're laying out there is exactly right. It has been interesting, and I will point this out, that this debate around NATO and about Greenland actually has shown more cracks within the unity of the Republican Party in Congress than almost every other issue. We've had some members of the Senate go over to Copenhagen and say, look, we're standing with you against this rhetoric around Greenland. Those are Republicans as well as Democrats. We've had Republicans sign on to Democratic bills in the House of Representatives saying that this is not something, we will not federally fund this. This is an area where Congress actually does have a voice, because for the United States to project this force, they need to pay for that force to be projected. And those purse strings are controlled by Congress. So beyond the 2/3 for a treaty that you bring up, I think even more immediately, there was growing interest in reining in the financial tools that the president, the administration would need to use for any military use of force in Greenland.
Okay, I mean, who's been particularly vocal? I mean, you say there are some splits in the ranks of the Republican Party.
Don Bacon in the House of Representatives comes to mind as a Republican, plus a large handful of Democrats. Lisa Murkowski in the Senate was just over in Denmark. She is very much, obviously, from being from Alaska, she's very much interested in Arctic policy. And, that is one thing that we do need to, focus on here. And I think the president has done a good job about this, that the northern defense of the Western Hemisphere and the northern defense of America against increased military activity by Russia and China is something that we haven't talked about in the United States over years. We kind of forget about the Arctic, but it is of growing importance, especially with shipping channels opening up north of Canada and the increased activity of our adversaries. The one benefit, I think, of this Greenland conversation that's come out is that the United States population is now more focused on Arctic policy and understanding Arctic defense. And that also plays into the Golden Dome, which is a whole other conversation we could get into.
Sure. And unfortunately, this conversation is going to have to come to an end fairly shortly. But I did want to ask you, and I think we sort of know the answer to this question. Looking back to the Alps, to Davos specifically, there were those predicting a climb down. There were those predicting a showdown. What's it looking like to you?
I think it's interesting that the Greenland conversation, unlike most of the cocktail conversations in Davos, came late in his speech and wasn't at the top. I think the president, by laying out a blueprint for European growth, economic growth, I think the president stating that America is not retreating from the world. In fact, that it's even more engaged in the world. I think the fact that he talked about Ukraine before he talked about Greenland, all of these, and the fact that he gave a clear description of the interest in Greenland, and all of these factors, I think, I thought the speech was important from that aspect, because a lot of those questions, is America in retreat? Is America pulling back from its obligations? And I thought the president was very clear, no. We not only want to engage with Europe and the rest of the world, but we want to engage in a way in which we think we've figured out how to grow our economy, and for you to grow your economy as well, without increasing inflation and without destroying and building a better economic future for your population and a better energy future for your population.
Okay, well, Mike Dubke, former White House Communications Director under President Trump, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us as ever.
Absolutely. Good to see you.
Well, to discuss this further, we're joined now by Sir Gerald Howarth, who is former UK Defence Minister, who joins us from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. Sir Gerald, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure having you on our programme. We're also joined by Amanda Mackie, who is a Republican strategist and lawyer, and also a friend of this programme. Amanda, let me start by asking you. It looks like and sounds like, listening to what President Trump said today at Davos, military force is off the table with regards to Greenland. Why do you think he's had this change of heart?
Well, I think President Trump has always been consistent on being what I often talk about on your show as a war dove, not a war hawk, someone who doesn't want to engage in war. And as a Republican president, he's been the first that we haven't seen engage on different theaters throughout the world to engage in wars. I think America is tired of being involved in regime changes and being on different continents, giving our money, giving our soldiers. And I think that is why President Trump wants to reassure the American people that we're not going to engage in war. This is a country of 57,000 people. We're not engaging in war, but we are going to use diplomacy, and we're going to make it very difficult for them to say no. So I think he's going to use diplomacy and negotiations instead of scaring America into thinking, oh boy, here we go into another war.
So Gerald, let me ask you what you made of this whole idea that, Greenland could even, potentially be taken by force. I mean, we'd have a situation where NATO allies were fighting each other. I mean, what did you make of this whole chapter?
Deeply offensive. The idea that a president of the United States of America could threaten a NATO partner, an ally, and seek to wrest from them territory which has been theirs for decades, if not centuries, on the spurious claim that it would enhance American security, whilst at the same time, the President of the United States sits idly by whilst a real rogue, a real despot, a really evil man, President Putin, rapes another country. I just find this situation completely baffling, and I just think it's very, very sad indeed that the American people have a president who is so deeply offensive. His behavior towards President Zelensky in the White House was just simply outrageous. He's torn up the rule book of diplomacy. So the idea that Amanda says that he will pursue diplomacy, he doesn't know how to do diplomacy, Amanda.
Amanda, what do you say to that? That this is all deeply offensive and, he should be focusing his efforts on Ukraine and President Putin, not on a country like Greenland?
I think President Trump is always looking out for the best interests of the United States, and that may be offensive to our NATO allies. It may be offensive to Europe and European countries, but and certainly European leaders have said so, and they want to try to negotiate this in a benevolent way. And, obviously we saw the text message from Macron to President Trump that was aired for public view. But I think the point is that President Trump is deeply protective, deeply supportive, and will do anything to protect the United States from threats like Russia and China. And if he believes that Russia and China are gaining a foothold in our hemisphere, he is going to do what he believes is in our best interest. He's also made the case that Denmark hasn't lived up to its obligations under NATO laws. And so he's saying Denmark's not doing anything to protect their territories and support their territories. Denmark pledged in 2019 to a certain amount and only did about 1% of that amount that they promised for Greenland. So he's going to make the case that we are better suited, and it would make more sense for the global world, certainly for the United States, but also for the global world, that the United States is responsible for Greenland, not Denmark.
OK, so Gerald, former UK Defence Minister, President Trump's argument is that if the United States doesn't own Greenland, then Russia or China will, and that Denmark hasn't done what it should have done to maintain that territory in a way that keeps it secure and is in the best interests of US national security. How do you respond to that?
Greenland is not under threat from Russia as matters stand, although I quite understand that it is a strategically important part of the world and extremely important to the free world. But the fact is that the United States has long had a treaty with Denmark to enable the United States to station forces on the island of Greenland. And over the years, it has progressively reduced its forces from about 14 stations, as former Prime Minister Theresa May told me the other day that the United States used to have in Greenland, down to one station. But the idea that, so the fact is that the president could embark more forces onto Greenland if he felt it was under immediate threat, which manifestly it is not. However, for Amanda to say that somehow this is all in the interest of the United States, that President Trump is protecting the United States from Russia. No, he is not, Amanda. And you're extremely naive, if you'll forgive me for saying so, for imagining that. For every move that your president has made has strengthened the hand of the most evil man in the world, President Putin. You have emboldened him. He has been flying drones over Poland. He has been penetrating airspace in Estonia. And you just tell me, Amanda, do you think President Trump would invoke Article 5 if Russia sought to drive a wedge between Belarus and Kaliningrad through the Suwalki Gap and thereby take parts of Lithuania and Poland? Would President Trump agree to support Article 5? Bearing in mind the only time Article 5 has been invoked was by America when we all came to your aid.
Amanda, I've got to let you respond to some of those comments made by Sir Gerald.
Well, I just think it's important to understand that, this is Greenland has a lot of rare earth minerals. We've talked about what Greenland has strategically. It's an Arctic nation, much like why we wanted Alaska. President Johnson also pursued Greenland, and so did President Truman. There's a history of presidents in the United States who have wanted Greenland because of its strategic location, rare earth minerals, other things that it has an abundance of. So it is naive to think that China and Russia are not at our doorstep if they are able to gain a foothold in Greenland. And that is what President Trump is trying to avoid. It's obvious what Greenland offers. And if we are not there, as I think Macron said, or the president of Canada said, if we're not on the menu, we're not there, we're on the table. And that's the problem. We want to make sure that we don't have an issue on our soil so close to us, just off the coast of Maine. And we want to do everything to stop that from happening. And that's what President Trump has done. So it's not that this has never been attempted before. Presidents in the past have tried, but President Trump is making, I think, the largest effort we've seen in modern time to try to secure Greenland for the United States.
Right, and so Gerald, I mean,
the fact is that Greenland is part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Denmark is a member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization of NATO, whose tie I am wearing today in defiance of President Trump. And therefore, if Russia set foot on Greenland, that would trigger Article 5. And as you rightly say, Greenland is not very far from the United States of America. Therefore, it wouldn't take long for American forces to eject the Russians, as we ejected the Argentinians from the Falkland Islands 8,000 miles away 40 years ago. So this is spurious. No, the real reason, Amanda, is because your president is venal. He has removed the president of Venezuela, a good thing, particularly for the Venezuelan people. But what for? Because he wants the oil. And he said he will share the oil between the oil companies in the United States and the people of Venezuela. Forgive me, but this is sort of 19th century politics. This is no way to behave. And what he wants from Greenland is perfectly clear. He wants the rare earth minerals. Your president, I'm afraid, is both vain and venal. And you have just articulated exactly why he is trying to get hold of Greenland, because the United States wants to extract the rare earth minerals from Greenland for its own advantage, because you made it clear right at the outset that this man only has the interests of the United States of America at heart and nobody else's.
Okay, Amanda, your response to that, and then we'll move on to another topic.
Well, President Trump has always said that NATO wasn't holding up their end of the bargain. America was the one that was providing most of the resources and funding for NATO. And so he pushed them.
That is simply not true, Amanda. The United States provides 16% of the funding of NATO.
From 2 to 5%, which they finally did. But I think the bottom line is that President Trump believes that we have spent a lot of our resources on our NATO alliance. And he believes that he has to do what is in the best interest of the United States, not what is in the best interest of NATO.
Okay, so Gerald, I mean,
fine. In that case, fine. You know, all bets are off then. And next time he calls on us to support him in Article 5, perhaps we should say, well, not unless you yield us some benefit. I mean, this man just sees everything in transactional terms. It's all as it's a kind of upmarket property deal for your president. For that's his whole background.
Venezuelans certainly seem
dealing.
very happy, and even Democrats seem very happy with what he did. Maduro was a dictator, destroyed that country, as did other failed leaders of that country. And so President Trump did a good thing. Maybe Venezuela can be restored to its status of being one of the wealthiest countries in South America, thanks to President Trump.
Okay, so Gerald, let me put it to you. Let me put it to you, Gerald, because I mean there are people we've spoken to, and including today, who've said President Trump, by what he's said in the last few days and weeks with regards to Greenland, has made this not much talked about island the most talked about issue at Davos and in many other forums as well around the world. And the result is a lot of self-reflection in the ranks of NATO member states, at NATO head office, and that can be no bad thing. What do you make of that line of argument, Sir Gerald?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm perfectly prepared to accept that President Trump has done one or two good things, and Venezuela manifestly is one of them for the reasons that Amanda has given. I thought the strike on Iran was also right. I had a letter in the Daily Telegraph last week in which I said that it would be a golden opportunity now to strike Iran and remove these medieval mullahs from the country, which is oppressing their people, is causing strife in the whole of the Middle East, and is threatening to build a nuclear weapon. Ergo, removing them would be a very good thing. And I said that the British government and our military forces should support the United States in that venture. So he hasn't done everything bad. But this is just simply no way to behave, Amanda. This is just completely tearing up the rule book. And it's not tearing up the rule book with Putin. It's tearing up the rule book with us, your allies. Putin, meanwhile, is invited to come on your president's new peace council, whatever that is. For God's sake, what on earth are you doing in America, indulging this man? It is deeply offensive to us. And, you know, we were out there supporting the Americans in Afghanistan because you wanted us there. Incidentally, the people who suffered more losses than anybody else apart from the United States in Afghanistan, I believe, were the Danes. And I met them when I was there because I don't know if you've ever been to Afghanistan, but I've been there 6 times. And we supported American efforts there. We supported American efforts in Iraq. And now we have this president who's only interested, as you made it absolutely clear, only interested in the United States, only interested in property, and only interested in minerals for the benefit of the United States of America. Come on.
I didn't say he was only interested in minerals.
This is a big
I said it was
world.
strategic, but also there are rare earth minerals. That's obvious.
Okay, well, I think you're both...
There are rare earth minerals, and it's in our interest to stop China, particularly, getting hold of those rare earth minerals. So perhaps we could do it together. But there's no way you're just going to wrest a sovereign territory away from another sovereign member of it. It is astonishing that you are not embarrassed by the behavior of your president. I really, really do find it extraordinary. And I salute our own prime minister, who's indulged your president, as indeed have other European nations. But as Winston Churchill said, there is no reasoning with a tiger when your head is in its mouth. We've got to stand up against both President Putin and President Trump. But let me put it to you, well, how do you see it? Do you see that, are you not embarrassed of the way that your president treated Zelensky? You're not embarrassed of the way he's greeting Putin, who is trying to rape another sovereign state? And your country was party to the agreement under which that state gave up its nuclear arsenal of weapons in return for a guarantee that its independence, sovereignty, and existing borders would be respected.
Let's let Amanda answer.
That's what President Clinton signed. That's what John Major signed. And that's what Boris Yeltsin signed. And you are now in breach of that agreement. The only people standing are the United Kingdom.
Amanda, I must let you respond.
I would just say that President Trump is doing everything, and certainly he campaigned on doing everything to stop the deaths, stop the killings in Ukraine and Russia. No one's winning in that sense. No one's gaining anything in that sense. And he wants to see an end to that war. So what he's tried to do is broker an agreement. He committed to doing that on day one. Obviously, that didn't happen. Day one was a year ago yesterday. But what President Trump has tried to do is invoke diplomacy when he had Zelensky come to the White House, and he's tried to engage both sides. Now, he can't make the horse come to the water. He can't do it without them, and he's tried. But if these two are digging in their heels, what is it that President Trump can do other than continue to try to negotiate and to try to influence them? Excuse me, let me talk, please, and try to influence them. And so that's what he's done. Now, he has also said, Russia has gained on you. You've got to be in recognition of that. Now, I'm not saying Putin isn't a terrible person. I think we can all agree he's a terrible person. But the point is that President Trump is doing what he can, whether it's through diplomacy or negotiation, to try to influence both sides. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened.
So, Gerald.
There's nothing to negotiate save the removal of the brutal aggressor. So,
well, President Biden was president for 4 years while that war went on, and he did nothing. So let's pin some blame there. For 4 years, this war has gone on, and Biden did nothing but write blank checks, and nothing changed.
No, he didn't write. Biden didn't write blank checks. Biden put together a $66 billion package, which my Republican friends there in Washington refused to support. And I asked my friend John Bolton why, and I'm not going to tell you the answer he gave me because it would embarrass you. And the Republicans failed to support Biden's $66 billion package until eventually it came through. So Biden did actually, and I'm not a big fan of Joe Biden, but he did support. But you agreed, the United States signed a document under which it agreed to respect the sovereignty, independence, and existing borders of Ukraine. And you now say that your president wants to end the killing. Well, we want to end the killing, but we want it on the terms of the Budapest Memorandum of 1995, of which you probably haven't heard, but that is the agreement signed by your former president. And therefore, the only thing to negotiate is the withdrawal of these brutal aggressors who are basically cannon fodder in any case. It looks like the Russians have lost something like 1 million people. I don't know if you've ever been to Ukraine. I was there twice last year. I was chairman of Party Ukraine group in the United Kingdom Parliament. I was a farmer farming in Western Ukraine. I think it is deeply, deeply offensive. And if you think that this negotiating a way of stopping the killing, it all sounds very, very nice. If you think that that is going to lead to a safer world, you must be joking, because if Putin gets his way, if he just gets the Donbass, let alone the rest of Ukraine, do not imagine that he is not going to go elsewhere in Europe. And we care about that.
Okay, just lastly, I mean, Amanda, let me just ask you for your sort of concluding thoughts. I mean, some calling this whole chapter the biggest rift, the biggest fraying of transatlantic ties in decades, some saying ever in the history of transatlantic relations. How damaging do you think all of this has been? And do you think that damage can be repaired?
Well, I think President Trump uses the power of tariffs to influence his counterparts in Europe. That was very obvious with, pretty much everyone he's dealt with. And so I think it's important to think from President Trump's perspective. He is someone who wants to do everything in his power to protect the United States. He's never been particularly fond of NATO. And so he looks at NATO as somewhat of an adversary, even though it's an alliance. And so I think what he's trying to do is change that. And in doing so, he has made strides with NATO nations who have now contributed more to their paying their fair share, as he would call it. So I think he thinks that he is making strides, but that changes have to happen. And I think that's what you're seeing play out on the world stage right now in Davos.
Okay, well, I'm told we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time. I'd love to keep this conversation going, but unfortunately we can't. Thank you, Amanda Mackie. You have the last word. And thank you as well to Sir Gerald Howarth, the UK Defence Minister. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, we're joined now by Greg Swenson, who is the chair of Republicans Overseas. He joins us now from London. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Greg. I know you followed the speech given by President Trump earlier on today at Davos, and it looks like military force is off the table. Why do you think President Trump had this apparent change of heart?
Well, I don't think he ever had any intention of using military force. You know, he likes to be provocative, and I think that's why he mentioned it in the first place. But I don't think, most people that follow President Trump took it literally. They often say take him seriously, but not literally. I think in this case, it was really just hyperbole. And so I'm glad he mentioned it because it just brought some clarity. But I didn't suspect there was any risk of military action.
What do you think it achieved by sort of floating that idea or even teasing the idea that force could be used against NATO allies to acquire Greenland?
Yeah, again, Tom, it's a good question. I just think it was typical President Trump hyperbole. He likes to be, provocative and unfiltered. But again, I don't think there would be any support from that, even from his administration. So I think he was just exaggerating, which he often does. And that's, part of his negotiating style.
We spoke to retired generals and admirals who expressed real concern about this. They presumably would have been quite alarmed rather than amused by what the president said. Do you think, do you think there were people within the ranks of the Trump administration, within the GOP, who perhaps expressed concerns to the president about making these kinds of threats, even if they weren't to be taken too seriously?
Yeah, I think there's some merit to that, Tom. I think there's plenty of Republicans that have probably found the comments of the more recent comments over the weekend specifically, thought that could be a little much. And, again, that's part of his negotiating style. But I think there must be an occasion where he overdoes it. And I think, that might have been one of the cases, at least according to some of those critics. And so I think that's natural. I don't think he's ever going to get, 100% support or endorsement from within his own party. And so that didn't really surprise me. And I think, those were comments he probably liked to take back. And that's why he brought some clarity to that topic during the speech.
Yeah, I mean, he did bring some clarity on that particular issue. But, we have heard him mocking the French president in that speech as well. In the last couple of days, we've heard him calling the British leadership stupid for policy regarding the Chagos Islands. The US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent called Denmark irrelevant. I mean, is this the kind of language that should be used at or about, historically key allies of the United States?
Yeah, so my gut answer is no, of course not. But the reality is this president is really unfiltered, and he often says what people are thinking. So, in some ways, Tom, the candor and the honesty is really refreshing. And I think it's frustrating when you hear, the typical diplomatic conversation and polite political speech when there's no action behind it and there's no outcomes or outcomes that are good for the voters. And so I think the president cares about outcomes, and he's willing to be really honest and direct in his commentary. So is that offensive to some people? Absolutely. And I think there's sometimes where, we all wish that he would dial it down. But I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's his style. And frankly, I care about the outcomes. And I think a lot of voters care about the outcomes more than polite diplomacy. So, again, that's not new for President Trump. And I think and sometimes it's kind of funny. I thought, some of the Macron comments were funny, when he brought up the sunglasses, for example. So everyone's thinking it, but he's the kind of president who will actually say what everyone's thinking.
Some are calling this the biggest fraying of transatlantic ties in decades, in living memory, some saying ever. How damaging do you think all of this has been? And do you think that damage is perhaps in some respects permanent?
Yeah, I don't think it will be permanent. I think it's a speed bump, Tom. Look, the president's style is not for everyone. He surely ruffles feathers in the diplomatic salons of Western Europe. There's no doubt about that. And so, is it a speed bump? Yes. I don't think it's, permanent damage. Look, remember, NATO is the United States defense and security. So it's really not something that can fray because of a couple of comments.
I know you're watching all of this from the United Kingdom, where you spend some of your time. I mean, what's been the reaction in the UK to people calling the Prime Minister stupid? I mean, there are probably people in the UK who are applauding President Trump. What's been the sort of overall reaction?
A lot. I mean, it varies, Tom, and it's typically, along political lines. And so, from the critics from the left and sort of the traditional media here has been very critical of the president. And then, of course, the supporters, which there are many of here in the United Kingdom, not only are they applauding what the president is doing, but they also wish that the president would that the United States would buy the United Kingdom, not just Greenland. And that was said, obviously, with a dose of sarcasm. But I think there's some frustrations here in Europe that the president has pointed out. And it's really refreshing to hear that for the voters of Western Europe and the United Kingdom.
I mean, President Trump has only done 1 year of the second term in the White House. And very early on, the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, was, keen to build a relationship with the president, as indeed would be expected. The red carpet was quite literally rolled out for President Trump when he visited the country. Yeah. And yet, here we are in a situation where, the kind of language that's been directed at the British Prime Minister has been far from typical of what you'd expect from an ally. Do you think there's a sense in England and a sense in Sir Keir Starmer's administration that perhaps all of that has gone to waste?
Yeah, I think there might be some concern. He's sort of in a really difficult position right now, and I think he's getting criticism from both the right and the left, and it's hard to please everyone, and it gets to the point where he's pleasing no one. But, it's important to maintain the relationship in spite of their political differences, the differences between Prime Minister Starmer and President Trump. But the long-term relationship is important. And I think the Prime Minister so far has done a really good job. It might be the only thing he's done well. is maintain the relationship with President Trump. So good for him. And I know that, that's been tested a bit in the last few days. Again, the president is very candid and honest. And so he's not afraid to criticize Keir Starmer and criticize the policies coming out of the United Kingdom. But on the other hand, he's an Anglophile. We know he's very fond of the UK, and he wants what's best for the UK. And I think Prime Minister Starmer understands that.
I mean, there are people who are saying that this whole chapter, this whole saga, has had the effect of making the British look to Europe, perhaps more than they have done in recent years, and perhaps make them feel a little bit of nostalgia for being part of the EU and feeling a little vulnerable and out on a limb. I mean, are people having conversations like that and perhaps thinking perhaps it's time to start revisiting a rejoining of the European Union?
Well, yeah, I think rejoining the EU has always polled pretty well. There's polls that have come out recently that amount to sort of a regret, or somewhat of a regret for Brexit. So I don't think that's new. Does President Trump at moments like this help the cause of Brexit? Probably not. I think there is that sentiment of, that one of the potential outcomes of these disagreements or these criticisms coming from the president can be it can push the UK toward Europe, or at least push the bias toward Europe. I don't think that's permanent, and I don't think it will be significantly moving the needle, but there is some of that for sure.
Greg, we're only the 21st of January. I mean, it's 3 weeks into a brand new year, and so much has happened. I mean, it's almost hard to keep track of the pace of global developments. There's been Venezuela that got the year off to a dramatic start, events in Iran that the United States said perhaps they would intervene on so far. No, but maybe that will happen. Maybe there's an element of surprise to that. Obviously, the Greenland chapter. Then there's been U.S. troops and ICE agents on the streets of certain cities in the United States. Why do you think there has been this enormous torrent of news? What's behind it? What purpose does it serve, do you think?
It is amazing, Tom, and you're absolutely right. It's been a torrent. It reminds me of the beginning of the term in about a year ago today, when he really came out of the gates, with an unbelievable pace. And I think, we're seeing some of that again. There's a few reasons. One is he's a very high energy president, and he wants to accomplish a lot. And he might not have that much time to do it because we have the midterms in November. It's very unusual for the party in power to pick up seats or to maintain power in midterm elections. It's very rare. So, there's an element of consideration for the fact that he will not have congressional support after next November. So, I think that for a number of reasons, but, surely he's got his eye on November. And also, it's just the nature of President Trump, especially in this second term, to just get a lot done.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, while President Trump says his Greenland plan will not hurt NATO ties, the World Trade Organization's Director General is warning the situation could spiral into an all-out trade war. Well, she issued that warning during the World Economic Forum, following on from President Trump's threat of additional tariffs on EU nations that oppose his demand to take control of Greenland. Let's listen in.
We need to find a way to ensure it doesn't result in a trade war, because a trade war may hurt not only those engaged in it, but will have negative spillovers for others. So I think that what we are seeing now, and I'm hearing here in Davos, is kind of a little bit of a dialing down. Let's try dialogue, let's discuss, let's talk.
Well, we can speak now to Pascal Lamy, who is the former Director General of the World Trade Organization, and he joins us now from Paris. Mr. Lamy, you led the World Trade Organization from 2005 to 2013. You were also a former EU Trade Commissioner. And I'd like to start by asking you, President Trump has threatened extra tariffs on some EU nations for not agreeing to his plans on Greenland. First question to you, is that workable? And can you impose tariffs on individual nations, or do you have to impose tariffs on all 27 members of the EU bloc?
No, legally speaking, he can impose tariffs on EU nations individually, legally speaking. The problem being that the implementation of that implies that you define the national origin of this export, because if it's Germany and not Italy, the origin is that what you export has to be produced in Germany or in Italy. And this is a bureaucratic headache because the EU is a custom union. So for many years, we haven't had anything like a national or origin. We've had an EU origin. These things are produced within the EU with a very tight span of supply chain. So it's very difficult to identify part of what the European exports. If it's French champagne, okay, we know where champagne is produced. It's in France and in some regions of France. But if it's a car, it's very difficult to define whether this car is German or Italian or Hungarian. So, yes, in theory, in practice, it's a bureaucratic nightmare.
Okay. Now, I want to quote you on something you said in the past, and you said this with regards to negotiating with the United States on matters of trade and China, and you said it should be done with a gun in your pocket. And I wondered what you meant by that.
Well, what I mean by that is that, especially with Trump, but we've always had, trade frictions with the US or with China for the last decade, and a fortiori even more with Mr. Trump, he negotiates with a gun on the table. He says, I want you to do that, and if you don't do that, that's tariffs. What I mean by what I said is that we may not need to have the gun on the table, but we need to have it in our pocket, and he needs to know it. Mr. Trump sometimes steps back. This has happened quite a number of times since he proclaimed the new structure of so-called reciprocal tariffs in last April. In a number of areas or circumstances, he stepped back. So the issue for us now is we have to deploy enough of a counter threat so that he steps back. Now, we did not do that in this famous Thornbury deal, where we accepted an asymmetric 15% on his side, 0 on our side. And the reason why we didn't do that at the time was that we needed the US in Ukraine, and we didn't want to antagonize them. For the Europeans, losing Ukraine is more important than losing 2 or 3% of US market share. That's the previous episode. We now are in a new episode where the issue is Greenland, and our level of deterrence and of escalation and of counter threat has, in my view, to be much higher than in the previous episode, because the stakes for the European Union are higher this time.
Okay, so let's talk about what that counter threat might look like and how the EU might start to look like a more formidable partner for trade discussions with the United States. And I think you might be of the view, do correct me if I'm wrong, that a coalition, a coordinated response is the way to go. And in that coalition, I think you've said in the past that the likes of China, India, Japan, South Korea, other countries, as well as the EU, who together make up about 80% of America's trade partners, should get together and find some sort of a common position. Do you still believe that's the right way to go? And why don't you think the EU has opted for that until this point?
Well, first, the EU has to act as one. EU is trade-wise a federation, so EU needs to show a united, strong countermeasure arsenal, hopefully not to use it, but to deter Trump's pressure. This is one, And it matters because in his mind, Trump believes the EU is a bunch of cowards, like rabbits that will run at the first occasion. That's the way he sees Europe, and if we behave opposite to that, which we have the means to do it, this will create some sort of shock for him. Second, on this issue of the rest of the world, I remain of the view that that would be the best way to stop, moderate, contain this destruction which Trump is operating in the world economy and to some extent in the world trading system, although it hasn't happened so far, because so far each and every of us, EU, China, India, Australia and others, have believed that we'd better deal bilaterally. Now, as you may have noticed, this notion of a coalition to moderate Mr. Trump was the main message which Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, excuse me, delivered in Davos yesterday. So it's not my idea now, it's the idea of the Prime Minister of Canada, who has a variety of reasons to go in this direction. Excuse me.
Okay, so the coalition of these US trade partners could, you think, become a reality? But that's going to take a bit of time. So more immediately, as a tool that the EU has at its disposal, is the so-called anti-coercion instrument. It's never been used before. I wonder if you could tell me what impact the use of that tool would have.
Good question. So, level 1 of retaliation are counter tariffs, according to WTO rules, and there is a 90 billion tariff package which is ready, which was crafted at the time of the Thornberry discussion. That's level 1. So we hit US exports in Europe, orange juice, bourbon, and Harley Davidson. What you mentioned is a second level, which in our jargon is called the anti-coercion agreement, which offers a much wider range of possible measures, including trade measures, but also, for instance, measures that would hit the export of services from US into the European Union. And as we know, although Mr. Trump seems not to know that, the trade balance between the US and Europe is very much in favor of the US. So we have a capacity to hit US export, notably, for instance, in consulting or in finance, in many areas. And then we also have a series of other measures that go deeper and wider in imposing damage on the US economy, like, for instance, treasury bonds, and we have a few trillions of treasury bonds in the hands of EU operators, or even going the way Mr. Trump is going for Africa, for instance, which is refusing to give visas to people who want to go to the US. We could do the same. This is what he did with a few European people on the basis that they had campaigned against what he doesn't like in EU regulation on digital companies. So there is a whole range of unused issues, tools so far, which could be mobilized, and which, by the way, the US regularly use against other countries.
Okay. I mean, just looking at what's been happening at Davos and listening to what your successor, the World Trade Organization Director General, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, listening to what she says, I think what we're seeing and hearing in Davos is a little bit of dialing down. And on that note, President Trump has said that he will not use force to take Greenland. So that seems to be off the table for now. I mean, do you agree with what she says, that there is now a dialing down? She's also said we need to find ways to ensure this doesn't result in a trade war. And I want to ask you who you think stands to lose the most if there is a trade war.
Well, first, de-escalating, dialing down. If Mr. Trump changes his mind and now says that the military option is off the table, which he did not say before, he said the contrary before, good news, he's stepping back. So there is, as Ngozi, and let me call her by her first name because she's a good friend of mine, what she says is right. If there is a de-escalation, if there is a dialing down, good news, let's cool a bit the temperature. Which means that we seem to be left with either you sell or I put tariffs on you. Again, this is a matter of a discussion which, in my view, and in view of, let's say, normal people, should lead to reinforcing the defense of Greenland as part of NATO. If then we have to go to the confrontation on tariffs against tariff, then we are back to a situation where both will lose. I mean, I've been saying for a long time that opening trade is a win-win game, which I think it is, although I do recognize that the distribution of the gains is a big problem for some countries and some populations. Overall, if I do something better than you do, and you do something better than I do, we all win. So, trade opening is win-win, trade closing is lose-lose. The problem being, how much of this loss, of this damage, are you ready to impose on yourself? And this is a political matter.
Okay.
If things do not matter that much, then you can compromise at a level which is lower than what you should otherwise have accepted. If this is a matter of fundamental importance, then the trade-off changes, and this is where we are with Greenland.
Okay. And just lastly, I'd like to ask you about the fact that, you know, US trade only accounts for about, well, let's say global imports. US global imports account for, I think it's 13% of all global imports. Right. So do you think, given that, okay, that implies there are lots of other importing nations in the world, do you think we're likely to see, and this is my last question to you, a sort of general shift away, a quiet one perhaps, by countries that decide they're going to shift their focus away from the United States to mitigate potential losses in situations like the one we find ourselves in today? Do you think that's likely to be the general direction some countries, and in particular the EU, decide to go in?
Yes, indeed. And this is, by the way, already happening. If you look at this EU trade deal with Mercosur, which is the largest EU ever signed, and we still have to make sure it's ratified by the European Parliament. If you look at the EU-India trade discussions, if you look at discussions with Indonesia, and I'm only speaking with the EU, yes, if you lose market in the US, the normal reaction will be to try and gain market elsewhere. And this triggers a range of possibilities of agreements which were not there before because you were making good business in the US. If you stop making good business in some areas, you try to do good business elsewhere, and you're absolutely right. US is only 13% of world imports, and if other countries keep their head cool and do not follow suit, this will be a problem for the US, as it has been. I mean, inflation in the US was 0.5% more than with a tariff than without tariffs. But this does not mean that global market capitalism will not adjust. And in my view, the world trading system can adjust to a sort of 10% tariff fence around the US, which is probably what it is trade-weighted, as it does for an evolution of the price of oil or the price of the Chinese minimum wage. I mean, it's a bit like water. If it can't go somewhere, it probably will go elsewhere. So, yes, this will trigger new trade deals by countries who believe what they lose on the US market, both imports and exports, they will find elsewhere.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave the conversation there, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and sharing that with us. Pascal Lamy, the former Director General of the World Trade Organization, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Mark Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. Of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash and grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things, and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Jari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Jari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and check, and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. You know, there's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases, and that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. For a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I'd probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Plymouth Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. This place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course, we tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance THC was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis, and then you have a very strong oil which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, you know, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain. But normally I had strong painkillers, and my husband has, he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, you know, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Yari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they used particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. You know, moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the Minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
and no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there. It's such a pleasure to talk to you together as well. It's just a bit of an indication of, you know, that the newer generations have a different agenda in the third Avatar. So what can we say without divulging too much?
You know what's amazing? Avatar Fire and Ash is really taking us to the next step of what Pandora can be and what Jim envisions for the Avatar franchise. All these new characters were introduced in Avatar The Way of Water, and now the next generation is coming in and we're seeing them really come into their own, and all these new subplots. Like, for example, for Saraya, she was calm and gentle and very welcoming, and that spirit is still there, but now with all of this war and destruction, she's learning defiance.
I was just gonna say, I feel like the first film felt like audiences were discovering Pandora for the first time. And Way of Water was like we're discovering new areas of Pandora. For Fire and Ash, it's like now you're seeing Pandora's imperfections, right? So you're seeing like this world so fleshed out, cultures and landscapes that aren't just glowing, beautiful bioluminescence, but like, you know, lava and ash, and it's like, yeah, it's cool.
Right. And you asked about the young ones. I feel like all of these young characters, they have their own arc to overcome, but in that there's always an intertwined just element of standing up for what you believe in and what you have to defy within that.
This world goes much deeper than you imagine.
We emerge from, you know, water to fire in this one. How much does it change the acting exercise? Because it's so connected, you know, the motion capture with what's going on around. So there was a lot of water in the last one. In this one, there's a bit more.
There's a lot more action. There's a lot more on the run, in the thick of it stuff.
And I think it starts with Jim. Because we filmed them simultaneously, he really had to lead us through each emotion, because both films are so massive and emotionally dense that we were very grateful and lucky to have a leader that really took the time with us to understand emotion down to the voice that he had. If it's a really action-packed scene, he'll be loud and engaged with us, and if it's something more subtle and emotional, he'll whisper. He'll literally go down and whisper and say, "This is what you need," and hunch over with you. It really allowed us to step into our characters, and it allowed us to be free. Right.
that always say?
Sully stick together.
No, the other one.
Sully never quits.
That's right. Sully's never quit.
His mind is great. I mean, he's got everything in his head.
That mind.
How does he translate the vision to you, especially the way it's filmed, you know, with motion capture and your imagination having to work a lot? How does he explain it in a way?
Sometimes he explains it with such depth that it feels like you get to temporarily take a stroll on his mind. He also has his director's monitor and just a big monitor, like which looks like a TV, which we can see. Just the visual world already that's being mapped out, and he can take us around the stage, and we can see on this monitor as we go around just what this visual world looks like.
How do you still live? What if every human being on Earth could live here without a mask? Then the Na'vi people will be gone.
Sam and Steven told me something interesting, that although this is like a ginormous blockbuster, it feels a bit like an indie movie because everybody is so close, spends so much time together, like in a family. Is it a bit more intimate when you're on set? How's the vibe?
I feel like with indie movies that have like a lower budget, there's so much creative collaboration and just time spent with each other. There's like the middle ground of like, oh, this is going to be an 8-week shoot, you know, studio movie where maybe you just don't have as much time. But then this had we had so much resources and time that we could just bond as if it was like an indie movie. I'm just thankful for that because I think that really, the years, it built our relationships that made us all feel like a family, I feel like.
Definitely. The set, and especially just the people I was with, started to feel like a home away from home, and especially because we spent so much time together.
I'll kill you! I swear!
That sounds like a fun weekend, but that's not what you really want.
What do I want?
What you've never had.
They've got this complicated relationship that kind of fueled the juice for now 3 movies. So did it feel like it from the beginning that Sully and Quaritch were going to be their own yin-yangs throughout that story arc?
I don't think I was aware of it at all. You know, when we started out, it seemed to be a fairly straightforward relationship, based on military structure. You know, a colonel and a corporal. You know, so you knew who was in charge and who wasn't. And that kind of worked out for about a minute and a half.
Exactly.
Before he went off the farm, you know, to his character.
Before his feelings kicked off.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it. Yeah. Feelings.
How much do you enjoy it, you know, when you receive the script, when you see that actually, just when you think, you know, the story could end, actually there's so much more to tell?
Well, it was more like a phone call. I remember after the first one, there was no talk of doing any more. And then I got a phone call from Jim, and he explained in this very extremely detailed phone call how he saw the saga going. Like, it was incredible. And he had it all in his head. And I said, have you written it down? He goes, not yet. He goes, it will get down. And then when we read it, yeah, it's exciting because they're like a novel, you know, and 2 and 3 are essentially, they were one movie. Yes. And I think that's why the third one is bigger, but it's very familiar because it's the same DNA. It picks up straight away. That's the whole point of it. It's Jim's got this idea of evolving this world and evolving these characters, and it just keeps getting bigger and more complex.
Swim!
I got you too. Okay. What does that always say?
Sully stick together.
No, the other one.
Sully's never quits.
That's right. Sully's never quit.
When you work with him, is it crazy to see that everything, as you said, Sam, is in his mind, you know, that he has such a clear vision, you know, before it even comes out on any paper or drawing, let alone screen?
Yeah, I think that's the thing about Jim. He's very detailed and very precise, but the greatest thing about him is that he opens himself up to every single artist. There's a lot of people who participate in these movies, and Jim is very collaborative. Now, he'll claim the idea is all his, but deep down, you know, he knows that's what his role as a great director is to bring people in to make this dream come out, you know.
For you, Stephen? The work with, you know, working with Jim, this creative collaboration?
Yeah, I enjoy working with Jim a lot. It's a very multi kind of feeling situation you have. I mean, as Sam says, he's completely collaborative. He's very, very supportive. The set can be, it's a place where we investigate, we explore, where time is really not an issue, which of course completely flies in the face of traditional filmmaking. It's been a wonderful collaboration for the last 18 years. I've never had a day where I didn't look forward to going to work, I think.
The surprising thing is, it's almost, and it felt like this on the first film, it feels like an indie film.
To him, definitely.
Yeah, I think that's even when you're making it, I think that surprises a lot of people. I've done big blockbusters in the past, and I stopped doing them because they were controlled by committees. And this always felt like stuff I was doing in Australia when I first started. It's very small, very family orientated. Everybody knows each other, and you're all digging in together, and all the departments are together to make the story happen. And I think when people come and visit, that's the biggest shock. They go, it's just like an indie. Like, this is crazy. Yeah.
There's not one thing that you see us do that is animated. It is all us. It is all true.
Wherever we go, this family is our fortress.
Especially with the motion capture, how much do you feel like it teaches you, even as actors, with all the experience you have, that it's kind of a new way to act, like a new stretch in the exercise?
It's a liberating way. It's like I find that a very open space. I find that, you know, other films, I'm learning how to act and learning my way and trying to discover what this craft is. And when I get back to Avatar, hopefully all that comes with me. In that way, as an actor, it's a joy to be in.
It is, but freedom, of course, freedom carries its own set of demands. It seems
such
to me.
The kernel, and then there's like
and it's true that for me, performance capture absolutely demands that you bring imagination and depth to what you're doing. So yeah, freedom is something that you have to. It carries its own set of disciplines and rigors and stuff like that.
Absolutely. And imagination is the essence of acting.
Imagination and observation are the essence of acting.
Thank you so much to both of you. Great to see you.
No, you
Take care. Have a lovely day.
I'll kill you! I swear!
The only pure thing in this world. The fire came from the mountain, burnt our forest. My people cried for help. But Eva did not come.
It's great to talk to you about this. First of all, tell us about how you perceived Varang from the first time she was offered to you. How did you see her as a person?
At the time, I really identified with her rage. I had been volunteering at a refugee camp in Calais, and I had a lot of anguish and a lot of anger about the state of the world and the injustices of the world, with a huge pain, human pain that I was seeing. And so there was something about that aspect that I identified with it, you know, because there was a part of me that wanted to set it all aflame. But then through her, I learned about leadership and conviction in a way that has helped me and move beyond the rage and the pain. So I'm very grateful to her as well.
How do you still live? What if every human being on Earth could live here without a mask? Then the Na'vi people will be gone.
Whoa. I think movies echo our emotions so much, even if this is like a blockbuster, you know, kind of imaginary world. I think it's very rooted into human essence, don't you feel?
Yeah, and that's the genius of James Cameron. That's what sets him apart from all other directors, actually, in my opinion, is that he not only has this great understanding of the technological and is a complete innovator and a genius in those realms, but he also has a passion and a great understanding of biological marine life and the actor's process and the heart of storytelling. The big questions that come from this movie are not intellectual. They're not coming from here. That's why we feel them. That's his genius. It's a remarkable thing.
If there's something you can do, then you must do it.
The other actors told me that he changes his tone of voice according to the dramatic essence of the scene. Is it true? Like sometimes he whispers, sometimes it's higher, he kind of feels it with you.
Oh no, he's in the scene with you. I mean, and he's like rolling around on the floor and going, oh yeah, and then this, and like trying out he's so engaged, you know, and that's what a part of what allows us to play as freely as we do, is that he is completely there with us, you know, and we're all having a lot of fun even when we're diving into places that are very deep and dark, you know, and he's so engaged. He's completely present.
The children! No, Spider. And we will find another way.
Is it both emotionally and physically engaging, and how does that change the acting exercise to be so 360?
I think the physical training and the physical demands of this film were really great tools to provide a lot of structure and discipline so that there was a really strong foundation to explore the fullness of the emotional reality. It's like with anything. I mean, acting is like how do you embody somebody else's reality? That's what we do as actors. We tell stories by embodying other people. Sometimes when you're doing regular forms of cinema, you kind of feel like the embodiment is here, you know, and that's a lot of fun. But then to have the embodiment be, you know, all of it, that's, you know, it's very special.
I think we need to keep enjoying the creativeness of cinema on the big screen. And for me, you know, especially a movie like this, you're an actress in it, but I'm sure being an audience member is a thrilling experience.
Oh, it's so thrilling. I don't go to big movies a lot, you know. I go to big ones, little ones, you know, watch it on the different types of screens that we have. But a movie like this is really special because it's not just a blockbuster. It's a movie that's important for our human story, and I really believe that. And it sounds like odd to say, but I really sincerely believe that Avatar: Fire and Ash is asking us, reflecting to us really fundamental human questions that are really important for us to ask right now. And the fact that it's also a really fun and thrilling ride is just, I mean, come on. You'd be crazy not to go.
Your goddess has no dominion here.
It's a pleasure to talk to the both of you at the same time for this, because I feel like Avatar is about how everything is connected.
Yeah.
You know, nature, people, families. Tell us a little bit about this theme and how it's always been inherent to the series for you.
It's beautiful. At first, I remember, you know, I was 27 when I booked the first movie. And there were moments in which, you know, you're finding yourself in that time where you're fearless, you're just going for everything, you're throwing spaghetti on the wall and seeing what sticks, and all of a sudden, Avatar sticks, James Cameron sticks, and you have to like grow up really, really fast, and out of fear of somebody discovering that you don't really belong there. And then you're chosen to play this role that represents this humble and openly transparent individual that is connected to all things that are, in theory, super simple and absolutely essential. You know, dehumanizing myself meant removing that sense of cynicism and feeling ridiculous by playing someone so innocent and so pure, to later yearning and missing her when she was no longer in my skin. So I feel incredibly fortunate that we get to be a part of a story that connects with people from all ages, from like children to their grandparents. They can all go together and travel to Pandora through Avatar, and that's really beautiful.
And from all over the world.
All over the world.
They're coming. Kiri, come on. This way. Go, go.
How did you feel you could portray Varang in the sense of all the backstories that she carries in her emotions?
It was very much at the forefront of my mind to understand her pain and the way that she deals with her pain. And I, as Una, have not experienced anything like what she has experienced, you know, but I could relate, and the imagination is a powerful thing. And I think we often undervalue it. And so in my musings, I went to some really dark places, trying to understand the depth of destruction that she has witnessed in her life. I try to keep it present because I wanted to honor her journey, you know.
If there's something you can do, then you must do it.
It is the essence of acting to make your imagination work. I mean, I'm sure it starts when you're kids and you have the imaginary friends. So how much does it feed it in this one? Because, you know, it is very difficult in motion capture to, you know, put in the imagination, put in the emotion. It's a 360 way of working.
Well, it's difficult in acting, period.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's why actors go to school, to obtain skills and tools so that they can really protect their imagination. The loss of innocence means that there's an awareness. Therefore, that there's shame, there's embarrassment, there's doubt, there's thinking instead of just feeling, right? Like a performance capture makes it absolutely permissible for you to be that 9-year-old again.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah.
If we had to describe the mind of Jim Cameron in a few words, what would it be? Talking about imagination and vision.
Curious.
So curious, yeah.
He's a curious child.
Caring.
He's curious about how people work, how things work, how stories can work for people, how messages can be translated through stories, how, you know, messages, strong, essential messages can be translated through fantastic stories. And he's figured it out. And still to this day, at his age, he is still asking questions and going out and recruiting people to help him find those answers. That, to me, is the most special thing that I love about Jim.
Yeah, and also being content with asking important questions, even if it means they don't have answers, but going out there to find them anyway. But also going, okay, that one, we haven't answered it yet. But he's still going, you know, it's a beautiful humility as well.
Yeah.
I'll kill you! I swear!
I love the way we film these movies. I love making these movies with Jim. I think it's an ultimate gift because he's a true visionary. And so the first day of shooting is always my favorite.
In a way, he takes us to another world when we work with him on this material. It becomes so overwhelming for us for about 2 years. I think for Jack it was 4 years because he was growing. And it's just such a luxury to work this way. You don't have all the encumbrances of regular filmmaking.
The heart of these projects was truly made from the heart of Jim and the heart of the people who are involved in it.
He is a visionary, he is so imaginative, and he knows how to break barriers. If there is a door closed, he will find a window, and he just hustles so hard. And I'm so grateful to have been able to work with someone so brave in their collaboration.
We have a great time together. We have a lot of fun together, serious fun. He makes me a better actor. And that's great, because acting is what my life is all about. And yeah, I think his spirit of exploration, of inquiry, his curiosity is just sort of unlimited.
They're fantastic. You know, Sam and Zoe take it all to a whole new level. If you love those characters, it's going to be quite heartbreaking. If you love the new generation, the kids, Locke and Tuktire and Kiri, you know, Sigourney Weaver's character, they all have much more to do dramatically in this film.
I'm really excited for fans to just experience this film. I feel like it's been a long time coming, and they're all so excited, and I'm so excited with them. They're gonna just have a very fun time watching it on the big screen, and it's an experience. This film is really an experience, and it's an emotional one, but also a fun one and an action-packed one.
Today, for me, it means a lot because I'm in Paris, and I get to watch this film with my mom and my dad.
How to deal with grief and how to deal with, you know, chosen family and non-chosen family, and how that all ties together really beautifully.
La scène musicale is not a theater, it's not a cinema. We had to make it into a cinema for this event.
If there is something you can do, then you must do it.
It is always a pleasure to talk to you, and I feel that there's something special and rather sacred when a relationship between an actor and a director is that enduring and creative. Do you agree?
Yes. I mean, I feel so fortunate. I often love to work with the same people again, but this is getting ridiculous. It's
in a good way.
Yeah, in a good way. And to be entrusted with this very important character for the story at my age is such a miracle. And I realize now that it's true. I needed to go back to this time because I was kind of a mess at 14, 15, and it's really given me a chance to go back into that age and experience it again. And it's kind of been, you know, healing and very, very, very interesting. And Kiri feels very protected in this space. I think all of us do as actors. And it's a wonderful, pure experience of acting because there's no encumbrances of film, no waiting around for the clouds or the sun or whatever. And all of those things happen after we do our best work.
You cannot live like this, baby. In hate.
And it feels it goes back to the essence of acting, which is making your imagination work and your talent in symbiosis, basically. Don't you agree? The experience itself, even with all your experience, must teach you.
It really does. I mean, I think you really, in a very fast way, get used to, on a bare stage, pretty much, feeling that this is the world. And it's a very powerful way of working, and Jim is literally right there with us and exploring everything with us. So it's wonderful.
I think we're a little spoiled by it, you know.
They're coming. Curie, come on. This way. Go, go!
The movie is about so many things, the connection with nature, the connection of families, the connection of generations. What is it mostly about for you? You know, the deep messaging of it.
Well, there certainly are themes that Jim does not shy away from, which seem particularly resonant right now in our world where there is war and there are so many refugees who don't have a home, and so many issues with the climate being at risk, and corporations indeed being greedy and killing beautiful whales. So, I mean, I think I love it for all those reasons, that we're not just an experience, you know, a 3D e-ride. We are that, of course, and it's wonderful, but it's also you know, I would call it a 5-course meal. It's really an incredibly satisfying, moving experience. I'm going to see it for the 3rd time tonight because I think it's my last chance to see it in the theater for a while, and I just want to see it again because it's so hard to believe what the film has become from our work. It's just, I'm so proud of it.
Thank you so much.
There's something you're hiding. Tell me the truth. Tell her it is time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.